almost like we know what we're doing.
9 minutes late, but almost. And Dorcas and Stephagen are first in. What, oh friends, come on in, come on in. This morning I was reading up on the current Pokemon card craze, which is fascinating.
Yeah, I was reading a little bit about that, how like they're just sold out everywhere because scalpers are like trying to flip them or something.
Yeah. Target stopped selling them in stores because of fights.
I remember, yeah, like there was I went by the section, I noticed there was like completely empty. There's a sign that says like we're not selling these anymore because of like to reduce in-store violence incidents or something. I was like, and that's why I looked it up. I'm like, what is happening?
Right? There was a part of me that kind of
in Target.
There's a part of me that kind of hoped that like the Pokemon craze had finally spilled out into the world, and people were just like locking eyes and having a
Good lord, that's loud.
Lucifer, first one through the door, and managing to do a proper Jarl snipe and all. Good morning and cheers to you. The Jarldom is yours. Do with it as you will. But yeah, so it turns out, I did a little bit of research into this morning, that the amount of Pokemon cards hasn't been able to keep up with demand, and it's getting... Now we're towards the end of lockdown, it's getting bad. Like, the Pokemon company just can't print enough cards for everybody, which has caused the price of singles to go up, which has caused the scalpers to be like, huh. But yeah, joke's on them, because I've got 170 Tepigs, and I'm fucking ready to go.
Actually, in one of these drawers down here, I have a bunch of Pokemon cards, because for a while, one of my coworkers and I, if we were just having a bad day, we just on our lunch break run over to a Target and just grab a couple packs and just be like, you know what? No, I want that that joy of like, oh, what'd I get? Just to like turn your day around, and it was real nice.
Yeah, I think I've got an unopened Wooloo around here somewhere. Oh, it's fucking, I forget where I put it. But I only got it because they have the Pokemon vending machine in Freddy's, but it never worked. And every time we went shopping, I'd be like, I'm gonna go get the Pokemons. I'm gonna go to the vending machine. And it finally managed to get one pack out of there, and it felt like the fucking coolest shit. Yeah. And Lucifer, yeah, 2 years. No takesy backsies. So, Alnus, Steel, numbers, Watto, friends. Grab yourself beverages, snacks, and what have you. You got a while before we kick off. Just a bit of preamble. And we're going to do like a sort of proper the story so far, because like this is Steele's first live show. Steele's been catching up on the VODs and podcasts, or vodcasts, if you will.
Ooh, look at you getting all fancy.
Yeah, fancy words. Why am I allowed on the internet? Lost Flowers, Watto, Wraith, Watto, friends.
So, speaking of episodes, I forgot to tell you the title of this episode.
Yep. What is the title of this episode?
The Dogs of War. But also, I wrote up literally all I did was just bullet point the previous episodes, based off Dorcas's amazing episode write-ups, which, by the way, Dorcas, those are constantly so fucking helpful. Thank you. I use them so much in my prep because I'm too lazy to keep notes, and I know that he does them. They do them. He does them. They do. Whatever. Should assume people's pronouns.
Dorcas, I fucking live off them, so thank you as well.
But seriously, I was like, oh, we're only like 6 episodes in. It's gonna take me like half an hour to do bullet points for these. It took me like 4 hours. I did 2 the other night.
Adventure.
I did an hour last night, and then I spent like half an hour this morning. So I guess 3.5. But yeah, like, it's like, oh gosh. And that's literally just, I would like read each paragraph that they wrote and like bullet pointed it. And it's 4 pages long of just bullet points.
Back in the yard. Because I don't think Lost Flowers was in for the last episode. I think they might have joined us since we had the weird schedule fuckery.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Also, Mr. Squarepeg. What? Oh, friend, coming in. Like, I'm happy to be getting some dice. The box is behind me in its fancy little setup.
Oh, speaking of which,
Oh, I can turn the lights on and everything. Yeah.
couple things. As you may or may not know, my birthday was a bit ago.
I totally haven't got it written on my calendar.
And Lucifer, so far, is winning best birthday gift because they got me a 3D printed dice dagger. And you can't really tell because it's since my video's black and white. These are like matte black metal dice. And then in the handle, there's also dice that the ones on the D6s are cat's buttholes. And they're hilarious.
Is it the ones where the highest roll is the cat's face?
Yes, and the lowest is the cat's butthole.
Fuck! I mean, I'm so glad Lucifer got that for you. Fuck.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll take more, because there's actually several systems. Oh, I finally got in. I backed the Kickstarter forever ago, but they finally shipped physical copies. So I'm going to have to find a bunch of queer folk to play this with. I got Thirsty Sword Lesbians. And it's a 2d6 system, so...
Oh, nice. Oh, so Wraith was just saying belated happy birthday. And Clank and Moose just got in. What? Friends.
Yeah. And I realized I haven't told the story to chat yet. Guys, guess what else I got for my birthday? Roofied. Not kidding. I'm fine, but yeah,
that story
got roofied.
Less funny, but
yeah. Thirsty Sword Lesbians? They know of the moon's forbidden love? Probably not. So yeah, watch your drinks.
Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, you and I have talked about this in the past. Like, I got roofied back in London, but that was mostly my own fault because I was minesweeping, which is a dark practice. Don't do it.
Steel Fox, unfortunately, no. I export them normally the night before to prep them. So if you put one in now, it might show up next episode. But yeah, exporting them is a whole thing because of how Google Forms works. So unfortunately, yeah, if you put one in today, it won't show up until at least next episode, if at all, because there's like 60 amnesies or something we have already. That's just for this campaign. The previous campaign, we had like 120 or something. And I used like 40 of them. Yeah.
God. Yeah, we had... It was basically like almost an entire leftover world from Memnull Season 1. Sorry, Dorcas is giving me heck for forgetting to cast at level 2. I'm like, Dorcas, that's why I have all of you lot. We're in this together. So really, in Memnull, if we don't cast at level 2, is that even my fault? I don't think so. I don't think so. So I think it's only Lost Flowers in who's probably not been in for an earlier episode. So just for you, Lost Flowers. The whole thing with Memnull is it's not just your standard people ignoring each other playing D&D Twitchian adventures. Baron Sheep crafted Memnull basically in response to Will's constant whinging that I love playing tabletop stuff and I love doing stuff on Twitch, as you well know. But the thing I dislike about Twitch shows about D&D is how, like, it's the people on screen playing an adventure and... Yeah.
Watch your 22 months of sock support now go buy some new ones, Kappa.
Okay, firstly, Martin, I get all my socks from games industry trade shows, which there have been very few of, so I am running out of socks. And secondly, thank you kindly. Steel, that wouldn't be the first Will Overguard alternate universe joke character. Which was, I mean, you lot literally wrote me into season 1, which was surreal. But yeah, so the whole thing with Memnol is it's me and all of you lot running one character through Baron's wonderfully crafted adventure. Now, season 1 was a sci-fi romp about an amnesiac mech pilot, self-titled Thick McRunfast. This is a like Magitech steampunk world, and we are playing the continued, if somewhat flammable, adventures of one Emberlyn Burns, a tiefling with a penchant for fire. Moose, I would exactly say that. Sorry, Moose is doing the old, would you say that your socks have become blessed? For they are holy. Yep. I mean, at this point, they're not even really socks. They're basically like feet thongs.
Ew.
Yeah. And Steel, at a bunch of games industry events like, especially GDC, Unity, Epic, and a bunch of other, usually engine companies just give away socks. And so I just fucking hoard them. My entire drawers are just filled with the Unreal Heart socks, Fat Shark, the whole shebang.
I got some Fat Shark ones.
I mean, they're pink and blue. Like they make noise when they come in the room.
Yeah. Can I help you, sir? I have acquired a cat.
Kitty. A necessary accessory for all good DMs.
That
Yeah.
like, I don't know, a raven sitting on my shoulder.
Less cuddly, but valid.
Oh, we're doing
Okay.
this? We're doing the you constantly jump up on my lap thing?
Oh no, more time with the cat. However will we cope?
I wouldn't mind, except he chews on my headphone cord.
No, Kitty, that's the danger noodle. Jerry, I'm just having a look over. Dorcas has got like a crib sheet of notes for Emberlyn, and it's great. Like, I hope I'm at least vaguely entertaining as the voice piece of our character, because everyone else is way more on the ball than I am.
This is actually the other thing that I really like about this type of thing is I specifically set up the notes so that other people could take notes for me. It's great. I'm just delegating. Also, shout out to the League of DMs for like helping me prep stuff. So.
Oh no! Sorry, Numbers was saying that the cat chewed through the whole headphone.
You should write the story of your character by carving it into the boards of your boat. You'll make this memory hull.
Memory equals hull. Or, from the heads of our enemies, memory equals skull. The terrible puns have begun. Fearless, Waho, and good morning, and thank you for bits.
Also, speaking of bits, this right here, as you guys can see, there are hidden bit and sub goals that once you hit them, it ruins Will's day. Or makes it better, depending on just what I do.
The thing is, we haven't procced one in a while, which makes me nervous. I'm not sorry, and I'm not saying that. I'm not fishing. Like it'll happen when it happens. But in season 1, like we hit one of the goals during the big mech battle royale. A fucking pirate ship showed up and was like beep 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 beep. Who ordered some fire?
Bit goals, you say?
Numbers, you glorious terror. Sorry. Numbers, thank you for 200 bits. I did say, and the fear is real. But yeah, Numbers is saying they've gone wireless headphones now for exactly the cat reason.
Yeah.
I can respect that.
I don't know. I have mixed feelings about wireless headphones. I've had some in the past, and at least the ones I had before were like absurdly heavy, and so I couldn't stand them. And weirdly, they were too big for my head, which is saying something because I apparently have a massive head compared to most people. But like, I literally, if I looked down, they would just fall off my head. Like, they're really annoying.
Oh, okay. Numbers says the man to find a pair that aren't heavy. Feckin' yo. Dorchus adding that if Emblem sets out to search for the legendary glaive, it will become memory equals crawl.
And if season 3 is set on an island off the coast of Scotland, it would be memory equals Mull.
I've actually been to Mull a few times. It was a really cheap place to go for a family holiday, so that's where we used to go.
Sure.
Oh. I'm trying to think. As we probably won't be able to chat about it too much, Asari made a D&D module that I need to show to you when we can hang out next.
Yeah.
I've got the notes and files literally there. So they're sitting just atop the Hella Gay Gundam and the Samurai Gundam, waiting for your perusal.
I mean, I currently have a stack of 1, 2, 3, 4 rule sets that I'm trying to learn. Because I went on a bit of a binge.
It's fine.
So I have Thirsty Sword Lesbians, I have Worlds Without Number, which is the fantasy version of Stars Without Number. I have Blades in the Dark, and the Altered Carbon rule set, which actually is fascinating so far.
Interesting.
I can't
help but notice that none of those that you mentioned are the Black Hat Cats. It's a series of cats that cast spells, but they're regular cats. I really want to play that.
I also have I should move it so it's with the other ones, but I have the Tingleverse RPG that you got me.
I'm still proud of that. So firstly, Wato. Tal is very excited about the idea of an Altered Carbon game.
Yeah, no, I'm only a chapter or so through it, but basically there's actually rules for when you re-sleeve, you have to roll to see if you lose part of who you are.
Okay.
And if you do it too much, you just go insane and you can't re-sleeve anymore.
Oh, cool.
Just breaks your brain.
Sorry, Fearless was adding that they showed a copy of Blades in the Dark to someone they used to work with who was at Looking Glass Studios. Looking Glass Studios being the team that made Thief and a whole bunch of iconic games. And it was really cool because Looking Glass didn't succeed fiscally. They did succeed in influencing nerd culture, and that's one of the good examples of. Moose is asking if you're familiar with an RPG called Crash Pandas. I'm not, but I'm so intrigued.
The name sounds familiar. I feel like I've looked at it.
Oh, and Alan has just heard the cats thing. Oh yeah. If you got the Social Justice Bundle on itch last year, you should have a copy of it. And it's a rule set where you play cats that use magic to fight monsters. But you are just cats. Not anthropomorphized, not cats in armor, regular house cats. But at night you go out and fight magic. Fight monsters with magic.
Oh yeah, I have heard of Crash Pandas. Yeah. And yeah, I do have the Social Justice Bundle, so.
Numbers are saying Season 4 will take place in the Pokemon world and be called Memory Equals Duskull. Keep them coming, I'm loving this. Jafar James, good morning. What, ho, friend? Actually, one thing I'm excited for, and touch wood, I can't go into too many details because the space isn't, I'm not involved in it, but Baron, one of our extended lot is potentially making a space for in-person games and like the cameras and set up to do it.
I'd be super down for that.
Right, like
I
love this, but I miss rolling dice like with you in the real, you know?
Yeah, I actually had a very, very dangerous idea the other day, but I realized it probably wouldn't actually function. Apparently, there's a place like a couple blocks down that is actually like old garages, like just single bay like garages, and the owner rents them out for kind of absurdly cheap for out here to artists to use as like little mini studios.
Oh, we cool.
And I was like, dude, I could totally like set up like a D&D thing in there. It's only like $100 a month or something for like a garage.
Yeah.
But there's no internet, so.
Yeah, that was the thing that got me when I was looking for potential spaces for the stream before the GameWorks era. Was some of those little rentable spaces are great, but there's no internet, and they're basically like a little audio box. So there'd be a lot of work into soundproofing it, because the echo is something special in there. It's like a tinny flavor of fuck you. It's great. Wait, no, what's that other thing? It's Terabad. Oh my word. Fearless with, when you haven't had enough coffee and your mind isn't sharp, it becomes memory equals dull.
Oh, I just read Wraith's can't wait till we play as a trans mask character on the quest to get top surgery, and then it's memory equals null.
Fuck!
Jesus Christ. That was a long walk for a...
Just a short glass of water. Numbers kept it simple with when Baron and Will go for a tea break, suddenly we're in a memory equals lull. Oh. I still, though, Baron, like, it would have been such a pain in the general genital region, but the old Rainier building, like the old brewery, you can rent space there for dirt cheap. And the only way to get to them is through this huge cargo elevator. So it's got this whole, like, fucking dramatic thing going on.
Dude, that's where you run D&D. That's where you run an in-person D&D, where you, like, run this whole freight elevator and you're, like, waiting to come up and you go in and there's just huge open room with nothing but a table and some chairs and a single light.
Right? It was feckin' cool. And the thing was, as I went to check out the space, there was only one room being used by a bunch of scientists. So it was fucking surreal on top of surreal. And so they just had equipment and stuff. They were doing like air quality testing, but it looked like a fucking pop-up biolab. So I'm just like, are you making super zombies? Can I get in on the special infected now, or should I just wait for the outbreak? Yeah, honest, a cargo elevator into a stream would be a... Like, that's the opening video of coming in, you know?
Yeah.
The problem was I could only get corporate level internet, and that would have cost hella money. Like, there wasn't even the lines to get. I would have had to, like, contact a company to get it plumbed in.
Yeah.
And when they started giving me quotes, I was like, oh god, no!
Yeah.
I'm kind of jelly of, like, teams like Node and stuff like that. Because it would be feckin' cool to have, like, a big old long ship base of operations. Just gotta take over the world, you know? Easy, right?
Yeah, no big deal. Sorry, I need to go back with Philison's. When you're laughing at or recollecting of something funny, it's memory equals lulls.
Yeah, Darth was saying at that point quotes just rounded to the nearest 1,000. Yeah. And that was just for cost of installation.
Yeah, not actual service.
Oh, way cool. Ray's got the date for the first jab.
Nice. I've been fully vaccinated for like over a month now.
Go you. I have been for a little over a week. I was kind of hoping I'd get like a Final Fantasy VII fanfare when it kicked off, but no one played me my little like battle victory theme, so
Yeah,
You
there's
know?
all those weird things that like it's. I've sent so many people that are like, now that the CDC has gotten the whole like, oh, like if you're fully vaccinated, you can not wear a mask inside. And meanwhile, I'm still at work wearing 2 masks. Like, but I also work in an actual plague factory, so.
Or a school, as they're known.
Yeah.
When thick reaches a ripe old age, it will become memory equals full. I like that one. That one's got layers. That one's got layers. Beast of Bronze. What, ho, friend? That's what, these nerds again? Feckin' right. I'm surprised Mr. Twitch hasn't stopped us. I really am. And friendos, if you want to grab beverages, snacks, drinks, what have you, I'm going to get another coffee in a second because it's needed. And we're going to be doing proper catch-ups.
Yes, Kisa, welcome in. You've not missed anything.
Some banter and some natter, but we haven't gotten started. Everyone's making Memnull puns, and it's glorious. Oh, Darth Tuttle's getting dumplings. Fucking yes. Joey Wraith with Mr. Twitch is too busy bullying people in paddling pools to pay attention. God.
Such a weird, like, how that suddenly became a thing. Like, I don't know, it's just bizarre to me.
I know. Well, I mean, my theories is it's all based around, like, the ad revenue stuff going on behind the scenes. And I'm glad that they added, like, the trans tags and all the stuff that everyone's been asking for.
Did they actually add trans tags?
Yes!
Oh shit, I did not hear that actually.
It was yesterday evening after everyone kicked up a stink about hot tubs getting their own category. And...
Yeah, because that's one thing I've been fighting for forever. Like, guys, it's literally like you just need to add it to the, like, category list. Like, it's not that hard. And it's not even, like, a controversial, like, oh no, it's them acknowledging... Like, no, it's just you self-identifying as, like... Yeah, I want other trans folk to find me.
Hells yeah. However, the announcement was meant to... The announcement went out last night after the hot tub debacle, and it kind of felt like the, nuh-uh, I finished my homework and it was totally ready on time. I didn't just scribble it on this napkin. It had this kind of... The way they rolled it out felt very much like... I don't know. It felt like... Yeah, it felt like they got called out in front of the class and just winged it.
Yeah.
Squarepeg's upset about them not having a game dev category. Yeah, I was giving him shit about that on Twitter. And
I don't know. The whole
got a bunch
categories
of...
thing is...
Yeah.
Like, just let us tag things. Let us make up our own tags. Like, it's just hashtags. Let's just make our own.
Oh, God, no. Lucifer's right. What they were saving it for was for Pride Month. Oh, that's not a win. The thing you should have done. It's like... That's not a gift. You should have done your homework. Ah, bleeding Nora. And yeah, Lucifer said it was worse. But at least they have done it. Because this is the other thing. I don't get to talk Twitch very often because I don't know Twitch as an ecosystem really. Like our lovely little corner is almost counter to the Twitch meta.
Yeah. You've managed to carve out a very specific niche.
Which flies in the face of everything. But it means, like, I don't have many people to talk to when it comes to this nonsense.
Sorry, this is... I just switched to the audio track because I was getting a little tired of that one. This one's called Catch the Trickster, and then in brackets, Cyber Jester.
This has got some serious Heartbound vibes.
Also, again, just throwing this out now so we get it out of the way. This is D20 Music. I'm subscribed to their Patreon, which means I can use their stuff as long as I give them a shout out. And honestly, they're really dope. They put out like 2 or 3 tracks a week. And it's all like loopable and like it's fantastic.
I tell you, dude, I never thought we'd get to the position where every time we start an episode, we have to list off multiple sponsors. That's kind of fucking cool.
Yeah, a little bit. And also, again, big shout out to the League of DMs who like randomly throw together shit that I asked them to at the last minute because I'm terrible at prepping and procrastinating.
The League of Shadow DMs needs a logo so we can thank them at the same time with the sponsors. Like, I want to get fucking Animu opening. Like, you know, we'd like to thank the following sponsors for this show. If I could remember how to say the... Oh, God, I used to be able to do it.
So I finally like trimmed my beard up again, and now it's starting to grow back like fuller. It's like, yeah, because it like, for those of you that are unaware, if you don't like trim your beard, it kind of stops growing. So I trimmed it up a tiny bit, and now it's like starting to actually like grow in again.
This was a mistake, and I'm waiting for it to grow out.
Yeah, I was wondering. I keep missing your shows because I've taken up the habit of when I get home from work, I sit out on the patio and read.
No, that's... Dude, that's healthy. You should do that. Like,
and then I come back in, I'm like, okay, cool, now I'm gonna sit down and watch, and he's ending. Okay.
I mean, the only thing you've missed is getting shit up sideways by New Subnautica.
I actually sat down to start watching you that day, and you were playing Subnautica, and I'm like, God damn it, I want to play this one blind, so I can't fucking watch this.
No, I understand. That's why we do like the different days. Because there'll be some friendos who I love watching their stuff, but they're playing like Resident Evil The Village, which I'm waiting to play myself. So it's like, oh, can't piss and watch that.
Yeah.
Alnus is saying the League need a DM, the League of Shadow DMs need a logo. The logo is cryptic, never acknowledged, never explained or highlighted. Any questions responded with, huh? Immediately Squarepeg's like, huh?
Oh, see, that's when they're like, oh, what's that pin? You're like, oh, it's hey, what's that over there? And you just walk away.
Mm. Oh, sorry, and Alna's saying, wait, didn't we catch the Cyber Jester? Oh, wait, no, that's season 1.
Yeah. Actually, I should, now that I have a pin guy, I should totally make pins with the DMs. And then whenever LongCon happens, that's how you can figure out who the League of DMs is. They all just have this one pin.
The special pin as well. God, I was going to do pins. I was going to do pins last year.
Like I said, the one that I did for the mech pins was actually like surprisingly affordable for a small patch. So and he was real quick about turnaround. The only reason it took as long as it did was because he's in like Norway or somewhere.
Yeah, I still have the pins to send out to the mod team. I've got their little goodie bags in the out tray now, so I've got to do a shipping run. Sorry, wow, that was me going off onto incredibly boring topics. I'm going to need more coffee, aren't I? Okay, we caught the Cyber Jester. I'm feeling this.
Again, like, all the music is really on point.
Right?
I actually need to sit down and listen to it all and like make notes of like, okay, this is battle music, and like make them into playlists.
This has got this kind of French Parisian kind of style, like a memory equals Null. Okay, that was funny. Thank you.
That was good.
I'm trying here, people. I'm trying. Yeah, and Moose, on the plus side, it's not like you've missed out on it. Peter Bron's asking when your soaps come on. Probably about 5:30. It's like Emmerdale time. Sorry, I was trying to explain to Fiona the other night about like how like British telly works, and how like before you'd get Sky, there was always such a strange structure to the day. Like there was always like a Star Trek or a sci-fi at 6. 6:30, like after, so at 6, Simpsons. After that, it would be like some Star Trek in some random order. Oh, Keith is asking if we can get French snacks for Hex. Well, we'll just have to, because we just hit the Red Isles, didn't we?
Yeah, you're off the coast of the Red Isles right now.
I mean, Kisa, we can set ourselves a goal. Hex gets bread. We'll find a decent pastry place. Or a semi-decent. Hex isn't a fussy one. Bless his cottons. It's not a fussy one. Oh yeah, with meat in it, obviously. And we've got to have something for his little mimic knife.
Toothy.
Oh, little Toothy. Darth Tuttle, I did not see that. I am so disconnected from television as a medium now. Like, even if it's on Netflix, sometimes I'm a million miles away. I can talk to you about new Castlevania. Shocker, it's good.
I've heard really mixed things about, like, I've heard some people say all of it's fantastic. I've heard some people say, like, season 1's good and, like, season 2 is bad and then season 3 is good. And, like, I've heard, like, everyone has a very different opinion of it.
It's okay for those people to be wrong. It's
I really
okay
watched
for those
the
people to be
first
wrong. It's interesting because Castlevania was structured in such a way that the first season's kind of almost like the pilot, and then it went very well. So they just went, increase doing the thing. Asari's asking if the mimic can have a girlfriend. Can and should are two very different things. I don't know if I want to see a gaggle of baby mimics.
I don't want to see mimics mating. That's just... No.
Well, cool. That's in my head now. That's not going away.
I mean, if I have to think it, so do you.
I am going to drink until that memory is forgotten.
Until the memory equals null?
Alright, I'm getting a coffee. I'll be back in a second. I'll leave you with these lovely bastards.
That's dangerous and you know it. Alright, so, y'all know what time it is. Yep. And there we go. Sorry, I was purchasing more bits.
Train.
Ew. What is it? 5? It's 5. It's been too long. Anyway, how are you lovely people? He did show me the stack of Tepigs. I don't know the story behind it, but he did show me that he has like 140 Tepigs. Drunk will. Yeah, that makes sense. Can you guys submit back on who you are and why you're here for those of us late to stream? I'm Baron. I'm the DM. I run this game for Wheel and all of you. Yeah, I also stream occasionally, not as often as I would like, but
Baron,
what?
Winifred Elizabeth von Sheepington the Third. Well, thank you kindly, and Spooky Ghost and AR for 22 months. That's fucking kind of you, yo.
Yeah.
Cheers to you all.
Yeah, I stream occasionally. I mostly do D&D stuff. I'm a little obsessed with tabletop RPGs. You couldn't tell by my D20 tattoos.
Hardest working coffee machine on Twitch, I tell you. And yeah, Wraith, I did tell Baron about the Tepigs. Well, I don't know if I told you the full story. I was very drunk on a Discord call, and apparently I was encouraged to start buying inordinate amounts of Pokemon cards after watching the video about the fat Pikachu. The guy that just buys hundreds and hundreds of the OG Fat Pikachu and just lines one of the walls of his house with them.
Oh yeah, no, he's a YouTuber, I think.
Yeah. I was very inspired.
He's the dude
by
who like creepily stares at the camera while playing piano.
Yeah. And so apparently I was inspired by this, but as my favourite Pokemon is, of course, Tepig. Jackie Foxbutt. Nice. Yeah, I was like, you know what I need? Tepigs. 170 Tepigs. But also available in Tiny Cutie Patootie having a snooze mode.
Oh.
Yeah, Beck and Ray.
Damn it, now I just want to go out and like buy a ton of Pokemon cards of just one specific one. Start cornering the market on like one specific card.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Baron von Sheepington III, because at TCG Player, you can select your Pokemon card of choice and buy it in stupidly large quantities. That's $10 of Pokemon cards there. 170 with $10. Albus.
I'm gonna throw much more in that.
Yep. I mean, obviously it varies. Like, if you get one of the cool cards, they can get expensive. But, like, if you just want a shit ton of squirrels, you can get a shit ton of squirrels. TCG Player, a kingdom of cards. Although Card Kingdom's actually a store here in Seattle, so they don't have 170 Tepigs. Because if they did, I'd have 170 more.
Oh, speaking of stores in Seattle, tiny bit of sad news. Axe throwing place that's like over there. They're switching to rubber axes. Like, cool, I was gonna go, but now I'm not, because who wants to throw rubber axes?
I've got bloody LARP axes here! We've got axes at home that do that!
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, if I'm going to an axe throwing place, I want to throw axes, not replica axes.
Though there is a part of me that wants to know what someone did to ruin it for everyone.
Oh, that was an April Fool's thing, apparently. Never mind then. We're totally going back.
Okay.
That's actually an amazing April Fool's thing. Because I was like, oh, I could totally see them do that for, like, insurance reasons or something.
Getting the bounce back of it. What a bunch of axe holes. Mercy, you absolute terror. Kisa wants a LARP sword. You deserve one, Kisa. Though, the boffer ones are so boring. Like, back where I'm from, you get a carbon fibre core and a thing that looks like a right good sword. And then you bash each other in the noggin until someone gives up. It's right good. Oh, yes. Kisa, I used to have like a weighted katana LARP sword, and it was fucking glorious. But I was also a massive show-off, so...
What?
I know, shocking. I had these two, like hiltless, not quite rapiers, but same style, which we called the Death Sticks, because I was a monstrous wanker. But I could keep both of them in one little holster on my hip, and I could do this incredibly over-the-top draw. Because they're two swords, but on one hip, so draw them both together and then flick them round for fanciful styles. Yeah, everyone's shocked.
I mean, I've got a McCree Nerf gun. Does that count?
It does. It does. Though, is it true you can't do, like, the side break on it?
So, it's a revolver, but it's not actually a revolver. It's one shot. Like, it's literally just like the one, and then you have to...
One and done.
The tracer guns hold 3, but the revolver, just the one.
Where's my...
And it's a pain to actually cock, because you have to cock it from here.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Although, I did find out after watching a video, you can uncock it by just...
That is cool. But, like, that was the whole thing about, like, the Maverick, the iconic Nerf gun. Because you crack it sideways, and it makes you feel like a badass loading Nerf shells into it when you're having an office fight. Snap it back and you're good to go.
My friend for a while had the, I think it's not even a Nerf, it's like Buzzbee or whatever, the breach action double barrel shotgun that actually had shells.
Fun. And
he got so good at doing the, like, flick, and they'd pop out and he'd catch the shells. He got super good at it.
It makes you feel like Doom Guy during a fucking Nerf battle, because you're like, pop, pop, and then crack it forward and the shells come flying out, and immediately BFG Division starts playing in your head.
Yep.
God, I had the Busby ones. They knew who they were going for. They weren't toys for kids. They were toys for people in offices with too much money. Because they had like a breech bolt long rifle with a fake scope, and I'm like, they might have well just called this the Will's paycheck rifle.
He also got the lever action, like shotgun or whatever it was, like where you do that, and he got really good at doing the like flip reload or the flip cock on it because I actually had like a cool magazine. Yeah, we got really into those for a very brief time, and he spent way too much time practicing with those.
I mean, that's the joy of open plan offices, is when it just turns into a battle. Sorry, going back into chat. So Darth Tuttle is going to be the first one in their office. So they're thinking about buying a shit ton of Pidgeys and just covering someone's desk. Do it. Peeps are talking about like having Bokkens and the ilk. Oh, and Caffeine's got the Boba Ed Magnum. 3 rounds, red darts. Okay. Drilled out the plunger to increase velocity. Feckin' yes! Okay, and Port Center, that's Ben. How are you doing, mate? Was saying that when they worked at Disney, they came back from holiday to find their cubicle just filled with balloons. God, I always miss that. We cling filmed somebody's desk at work. And I mean like everything, like mouse, keyboard, monitor, every single thing that was on their desk individually cling filmed and put back. It was just glorious.
I had a friend who worked in an office that they got into a bit of a prank war, and then they kind of called a truce, but the person who initially started it went on a very long vacation, and so they covered as an office, they covered everything in his office in turf, like, and grew grass. So like the floor, the desk, they actually even took the keys off and put like dirt in there and like seeded it and like watered it regularly. And so he came back and his office was just green. And so everything was, and he like kept it that way for a while because he's like, it's fine. Like it actually kind of smells better in here now.
Oh, very quickly. So, friends, alongside following Baron von Sheepington III, please throw a follow to Port Center in chat. That's I don't think you've had the chance to meet him yet, Baron, but that's Ben Padden. And he's working towards doing a big Worms tournament at the next in-universe PAX. In-universe? God, that's a thing I just said out loud. Sorry, I get a bit interdimensional on my second coffee. But yeah, the next IRL PAX. And he's doing like a tech test today, which I was sad I couldn't join because I promised. Baron and I have been trying to get back to Memnal for a good while.
Schedules.
It was like, it's been 2 months since the last show. 2 months. Feck you, the world!
I swear to God, like, I've said this before and I will say it again, scheduling is the actual final boss of all tabletop RPGs.
Yes. I've got my my player's guide right here. But
kind of like the real hardest boss in Dark Souls is Gravity.
Yeah, the real...
Followed shortly after by the camera.
Neither of those things like you.
Oh wow, Steel Fox caught up with all of season 1 and all of this season during the time between last episode and now.
Yeah, and that's a lot to listen to. Actually, I'm kind of curious, like Steel, while we're kind of in the preamble waiting to get started, how did you find the recap of season 1? Because we were winging it back then.
Like we're not now.
Shh! We have new people, they'll think we're professional. We're sponsored. We can lie.
Oh, and my new thing that I fidget with, because I perpetually have to fidget with something, I now have metallic I can't really say, D20 coins.
Okay, those are fucking rad.
Yeah.
I don't know
I picked
where
them up on sale, and they were like $10 for 3 of them or something.
I don't know where it went. I lost my Edgelord fidget spinner in the move over. I drunkenly bought one of those training butterfly knives that are very popular with 13-year-old boys and dweeby. In my defense, I was drunk, but it's actually been a really good thing to play around with rather than fidgeting.
Yeah.
But I've lost it because I'm a dingus. Right now, I've just got this Gundam judging me after it ate shit off the back wall, and so I've got to repair it and stuff. So it's just standing there being like, "Why, father? Why do you leave me?"
Didn't the shelf just fall off the wall?
That scared the fuck out of me. Yeah, one of the tiny shelves, that one, just ate it. But no, this guy was on that little stand there and just decided to be like, "Woo!" yesterday. George just pointing out that. Oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just saying, this music is almost it's borderline Wii menu music.
Yeah, that's probably why I'm digging it. Just Dorcas adding the "I was drunk" seems to be my defense for other things. It's less of a defense, more of a explanation. Moose with, you could say it reached the end of its shelf life. And yeah, Graphite, you're right. It's a Barbatus. It's used to having the hot snot kicked out of it. But it was a gift from Geraldine, so I will make sure it's alright. Alrighty. Oh yeah, and Wraith, you're right. Actually, have a look at the thrusters. That's probably what went wrong. Although it is the ground type Barbatus, so it doesn't have the high speed space stuff. I'm just talking bollocks at this point. Sorry, friends. Okie dokie lokies. So, shall we, as I think we have everybody in, shall we start getting started?
Yeah, let me grab, since we're getting started, I'm gonna grab a beer, and then we'll get
Okie dokie.
So, give me one hot second. Find somewhere to set my headphones, because I can't get to my headphones.
Just Dorcas saying, why did you buy a guinea pig poster, Will? I was drunk. Why did you buy 170 tepigs? I was drunk. Why did you hug a shark? That's never happened. That I wouldn't be able to remember for the level of drunk it would require me to reach to hit that point. God. I will say that I've been in a bit of a moral quandary of sorts. As Lord Loss asked me what the price would be to reveal the questionable mustache photos of me, and I don't know how to answer that. So, when the beard catastrophe happened, the moment that we realised that it was a fuck-up was when I looked left and right and realised it was just all mustache. More so than now. We're talking full-on questionable adult performance mustache. These photos exist, and yesterday Lord Loss asked, alright, what's the price on that? What's the total? And I don't know how to answer that without seeming like I'm grubbing.
Sure.
It's my moral
So today we're drinking, I honestly love, it's just a nice, simple, tasty beer, but I also just love how incredibly clean the can is. We're drinking pub beer.
Ah, it's beer from a pub.
Pub beer. It's a 10 barrel. They're in Portland brewery. I've actually been there.
Lovely, lovely.
God. Cheers.
Cheers to you all. Right.
It's 1 o'clock and I'm only just now started drinking. What is this?
Moose says me monster 69,420. That's a lot of bits. That's a lot of bits.
All right. So yeah, I'm good to go if you are. You wanna run the intro? Because we have an intro.
We do have an intro. Who wants to? All right. Who wants to place bets on the chance that Will fucks this up? All right. Kill the music. Oh wait. Hang on. All right. Let's do this proper. It's Dungeons and Dragons. It's not just chatting. Boof. Boof. All right. So, updated over here. Where is... Okay. Let's see if I can do this without not fucking it up. All right. Hey! Welcome to Memory Equals Null. What are we? Season 2, episode
6, I believe.
6. I know how numbers work. I don't know
who
how
we could probably ask about
up.
that? Some numbers.
Right. Boosh. Nope, that's my face massive. No one needs that.
It's a Memno Day miracle.
God darn it! Where's me thing? It's all good. It was going so well. Nope.
Well, you fiddle with that. Anyway, welcome to Memory Equals Roll, sponsored by Roll20. You should also check out D20 Music on Patreon. They're the one who does all of our glorious background music. I'm subscribed to their Patreon. Again, they put out like 2 or 3 songs a week. It's nuts. As I get music going again. Yeah, we have multiple sponsors. Weird as hell.
I shall retrieve the box.
So, once again, this is not just Will and I playing a game and ignoring all of you. It is I'm running the game, and all of you and Will are collectively controlling one character, one Emberlyn Burns, a tiefling warlock / pyromancer.
Pyromaniac. Pyromancer implies training. Bit cash.
So, me. The bullet point recap, which again is 4 pages long, so buckle up. You woke in a massive stone chamber surrounded by figures and a woman dressed in red and black with 4 wings, her eyes covered, and beneath the cover you could see glowing embers. She addressed you and said, "You will go into the world and be my champion, my herald, my vanguard. I have given you some of my power. Do with it what you will. But when I call, you will answer and do as you are bid." She allowed you to choose her weapon to help protect yourself. You chose an axe, which she inscribed with runes that you did not understand, but you have since had translated to, say, Godrend in Celestial.
Which is fine. I'm sure that's not a bad thing.
And she said, "Go forth, and when they ask from whence your power comes, tell them you are the herald of the Queen of Emperors. You then looking. Bleh. You then awoke on your back, looking up at a massive black bird with 6 eyes and 4 wings. It caws at you and then flew off towards an island in the distance. You noticed that you were on a boat that was flying, powered by glowing red crystals. The GWS Epoch. You search for person in the ship, and you find many useful things, including stuff in that box. Which, if you would like to.
Oh yes, sorry. I've been slowly unpacking the box over here. This was our little chest of goodies, both in and out of world. It contained 2 red potions, a sack with varying coinage, this medallion of gold, and this tome. In it was written a whole bunch of stuff, which was later translated from, I want to say it was Infernal?
It was Draconic.
Draconic, my apologies. But it opens with, "What is a debt of blood to the fire? The fire cares not of oaths, of honor, of mercy. The fire cares only for its own strength. How we choose to use the fire is what makes us. To warm the bones and feed the weak, or set its destructive nature free. Choice is what defines us." Emblem Burns, 13th of June, 637. Then there's a whole bunch of, like, Draconic doing its Draconic-y things, which was translated by you cool fucking folk. And there's a bunch of cool spells. I haven't actually added the new spells, because I am a bastard. But, and the very end is a torn... Ah, damn it! I will fight you. At the end is a torn page. And it says, Adram Nakla.
Who you later found out was the founder and CEO of Artem Industries, who made your ship.
Yes. Sorry to leap ahead a few moments. Anyway, Baron, please continue.
You make your way to the island that is nearby, called the Blessed Dominion of Farandra, which is a theocracy. They're ruled by the church. You arrived at the dock when they were filling out paperwork. They asked your name, and you named yourself Emerlin Burns.
Because they do.
You were charged less for docking fees because you were apparently part of a guild called the Golden Weight, because you have a medallion. Not that one, but a different medallion.
Different medallion.
I can only make so many medallions. Also, thank you, Ian, for making that medallion. You notice you're basically the only tiefling on the island, and you're getting some dirty looks. The guards seem to be part of the church. You find a bar called The Fat Shepherd, and probe Jane, the bartender, for info. You find out each of the planets in the sky represents a god, and they have recently fallen silent because there is a new star in the sky. And then Jane informs you that, although not illegal, tieflings are frowned upon in this country because they are hellspawn, and it's a, theocracy.
Yeah.
You make your way to the guild hall. There's a line out front and people waiting to submit contracts. You strike up a conversation with an elfin woman named Aloth.
We made friends.
You decide to help her kill some giant snakes to get their glands to cure her sister of a curse.
Which we wrecked those snakes wholesale.
Yeah.
This would be the last... no, this would be the one of only 2 times we've been very successful in combat.
I think we only had like 4 combats though, so you're like 50-50.
Oh yeah, actually, that's... I like that. That's a better way of looking at it.
You agree, she can't really pay you, so you agree to help her in exchange for information. You strike out into the hall and to draw some help. There's a commotion at the front door, and someone that identifies as the Senir, or the High Priest, says they need someone to go and hunt for a special hunt for sacrifices for the gods. You recruit a quiet and awkward spellcaster named Lanny, not Lenny, Lanny.
I kept calling him Lenny.
You try to recruit a Goliath monk who more or less turned you down since he was already on a hunt at that very moment. You offer him your ship as a speedy getaway if he needs, and the monk says he'll keep it in mind. You and Lanny exit the guild, and a fight breaks out. Lanny is surprised at the color of the crystals on your ship. Lanny has several panic attacks. That's actually one of my bullet points, because Lanny basically just has panic attacks nonstop. They authorize, and before they can depart, the Goliath shows up covered in blood, and you cover him with a tarp and quietly leave.
In our little floating boat, we make it away.
You learned about the gods, the 2 dragons at the North and South Poles, and the event called the Grim Crusade, which the dragons fought and now rest on the poles and have melted the ice caps, flooding the world.
Yeah, so it's watery.
Yeah. You also learn about the wizard that tried to save the world, and that's what caused these like floating islands to blink in and out of existence that are kind of little like time capsules. And that's where the Golden Weight comes in, as they hunt the things that are on there, both for their components and because otherwise they kind of spill out into the world and cause trouble and mess with the ecosystem.
So we got kind of this world's kind of monster hunter guild.
Yeah.
They take jobs, they slay mobs. Fuck, I wish I'd never said that out loud. Please continue, Baron. I'll be in my shame hole.
Once out of danger, the monk introduces himself as Harland. He's a lower level member of an order called Az Otho, which hunts the unclean, undead, lycanthropes, that kind of thing.
Anything from Blackpool.
Basically. You kill 2 giant snakes. After the fight, Harland asks for you get your unusual abilities. You can make a Snyder mark and the world goes black. Before you stands an entity in deep black robes with a flaming wings and a flaming skull. It says, our mistress gave you very few commands. You were to serve her, and when asked, you were given a response. You're honest, they didn't quite trust these people, and that you didn't think advertising the Queen of Embers to them was a good idea. The entity completes his admonishment with, you have your orders, and disappears.
Yeah, so it turns out the Queen of Embers wasn't fecking joking when she was like, no, you go out there and you tell people. So that was the last time we made that mistake.
Yeah. You immediately then vomit it over the side.
Yes.
You tell them, your companions, you're the herald of the Queen of Embers. You turn to your quest, and you find a room at the inn. You go to sleep, you have several nightmares. There's a knock at the door, and one of the Fierched, the priest guards, is there saying, the Seigneur wishes to speak to you. You're led to the observatory / cathedral, which is at the top of the island.
We were expecting bad times. Like, the church has just asked to see us on an island run by the theocracy and that really doesn't like tieflings. However...
you meet the Seigneur, who introduces himself as Elror. He says he has some questions, and imagines you do as well. Some information is exchanged, and he asks permission to cast some divination spells on you to try and figure out where you're coming from. As he finishes casting, a hand suddenly reaches around from behind him, grabs him by the throat, and lifts him into the air. Standing behind him is the entity, which, with the flaming skull, saying, no, this one belongs to the Queen. You will not touch them. You can try and fell this one as much as you will, but this one is effectively the High Priest of the Queen of Embers. I am the Archangel of the Priest of Embers. You will not harm them. Ember tries to talk the Archangel down, but he does not listen and throws the Seigneur across the room into a wall.
Yeah.
The Archangel says, this one has purpose. You will facilitate it, or else the embers will burn. And then disappears.
It sounds like the priestly priest was trying to do some mean stuff, but, like, he was lovely to us.
He recovered and tells you about the gods. He says he's going to try and commune with the gods and interested in trying to contact your queen, though he doubts either will work, as, again, the gods have fallen silent recently. Your dreams are still full of nightmares and visions. Heading downstairs, you learn there's a new rush of islands that have appeared. You get a new mission to accompany a Gnomus researcher named Herbert Tinkertop, who needs conduct research on one of the islands. Upon leaving the hall, you find a tiny kobold with a poorly written sign that reads, Apprentice for Hire.
And thus begun the saga of Hex the Great. Because let's be honest, this show isn't about Emberlin, it's about Hex now. We're the POV character for the story of Hex.
Yeah. After some words, you discover their name is Hex and decide to hire them. You get Hex a slight upgrade in equipment. You collect Herbert and head to the docks. You navigate to the floating island with an abandoned temple in it.
Just to take a beat on this one, we got Hex a special bucket hat with holes punched out for his little cobalt horn so it fit on. This needed to be referenced because the bucket hat... please continue. I'm sorry. I'm very excited to be back.
After entering and investigating, you were ambushed by a mimic disguised as a cask of ale, I believe it was. Mid-fight, a drow shows up with, pistols and helps you out. After the fight, she introduced herself as Mina, and says she has been trapped on the island for an unknown amount of time, as time appears to act strangely when the island goes to the other place.
It is worth saying...
Saw the ship...
Oh, sorry, just that during this combat encounter, when we fought the snakes, we kicked ass. when we fought against the Mimic, we got the hot poo kicked out of us. Like, we had to roll out of death saves. Hex fucking saved the day until Mina showed up. Like, oh boy.
Despite Hex's name being Hex, and their history of bad luck, they crit like crazy.
Yeah. And Beast of Bronze, we're getting you up to speed so you can join us. This is the story so far. Okay, so Mina saves the day. She's been basically lost in time on a floating island, you know, as you do.
Yeah. So she saw your ship land and came to help, and hoping for passage off the island so she doesn't get trapped here. She has a medallion similar to yours, but hers is bronze, since she's been trapped here for like hundreds of years. You introduce Mina to the receptionist, who says she's dealt with this kind of thing before, and ushers her into a back room. Over celebratory meal, you and Hex hear a marching, and some turtles with metal shells appear in the entrance and basically tell you they think that the High Priest has been corrupted. They're dealing with the situation, but everybody needs to stay inside for the night. You return to your room and you look out the window and to the scene unfolding below. There are turtles basically at every street corner. Two of the turtles seem to be having some kind of argument, and then one of them hits the other one with his mace. And at about this time, you see Mina like dive out of a window and like point her guns back towards the window. You cast darkness on the turtles, jump out the window to help her. The turtle that hit the other one comes out and says, "Run." You all make an escape and shove off. The turtle introduces himself as Sharsu, a paladin of Orifel, who's the goddess of knowledge. He explains that this is effectively a coup, and his order was trying to seize power, which he did not agree with, which is why he got the argument. Mina explains that the leader of that part of the guild tried to kill her, and they should report to the main guild in Tajema. You arrive in Tajema, and you get a room for the night.
Okay, so
the
squad jumps on the boat, and we go from Farith here, the great big telescopal city, to Tajemia? Tajema, which is an incredible magical city. This huge spire juts up, and a magical shield pushes back the water around. So it's got this feckin' cool, like, water city, like, Magitech thing going on. I'm sorry, I fucking love your design of this. Like, if we're gonna recap, I need to celebrate the cool shit that you do. Yeah. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, feel free to interject. I'm literally just bullet pointing. As you're trundling through the city after getting a room, you see Artem Industries headquarters is in the city. You go into Gary's inventorium and discover that
which wasn't fucking cool, and Gary wasn't fucking there. I'm still grumpy.
Yeah. You enter the guild hall and talk to a half-orc named Glassjaw, who appears to be in charge. You find out that Mila is the rightful leader of the guild because it's a seniority thing, and since she's technically hundreds of years old at this point, she's technically in charge. You also find out that Mila is both a badass and is apparently a blink dog and can, like, short-range teleport.
Which is fucking cool.
She decides to restructure the way the guild works, since she's technically in charge, and instead goes to instead of being like a single ruler, she tries to set up a council. So she stays behind to deal with that. As you're trundling through the city, the goddess of Tempest shows up and says she wants you to kill her wife.
As they do. Yeah, we get into some, like, god drama.
Yeah. You find a bar to ease your nerves. You realize the bar is has a secret backroom pit fight thing. You go and participate and kick ass.
Well, because we just had to deal with the feckin' with the Queen of Storms and her, like, back drama or what have you. So yeah, we go for a pint to catch our breath, and we hear the roar of a pit fight behind. I'm like, you know what? Feck all this god nonsense. Let's just go for a brawl.
Yeah. And
it was a good chance to kind of stretch the metaphorical wings and show off for our deity, the Queen of Embers. Yeah. So we did.
Yeah.
This would be the last time Evelyn was good in a fight.
You take the minimum parts to a wizard who pays you for them, and then in exchange for some money and, like, you experimenting with thing, he gives you Toothy, a mimic who's trained to be a weapon. And as long as you feed it occasionally, it's cool with just being a weapon and helping you fight. You give it to Hex.
Oh, actually, I do want to point out, because Wraith mentioned it, that the person we fought in the pit and destroyed was called Corpse Fucker.
Yeah.
They're on fire dead now.
You get Hex some slightly better armor. You go to Art of Ministries to try and speak to the CEO with no luck.
Yeah, we gave it a dice roll. And just in case you missed that, yes, our adorable apprentice kobold now has a living weapon mimic knife called Toothy.
Yep.
I love D&D.
Yep. You head back to your room, and you find Death waiting for you. Literally, the god of death.
Not the ailment, but the actual embodiment of death itself.
Yep. And
Lovely
you actually have a
fellow.
rather pleasant chat.
Yeah.
You find out many things, including the fact that although Death, his sister, and his mother were the only natural-born deities, Death himself has given divinity to all the other gods except the Queen of Embers, who claimed deity.
Yeah. Sounds like a bad. Bloody does.
Yeah. On his way out, he summons Death's door and pulls from it a black nail, drops on the ground, and leaves it for you. So you now have a literal nail from Death's door.
I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah. You then returned to your boat the next day to find a very angry old gnome waiting for you, claiming that the boat belongs to his ex-fiancée.
We decided to be straight with him and tell him the story so far.
You find out this is, in fact, Artem Knackle, founder of Artem Industries. After some questionings, you believe that Artem's ex became the Queen of Embers. You go back to his office for a chat. You find out how they met and why they broke up. Artem asks you to tell the queens that he misses her, but he's glad things seem to have worked out next time you see her. You head for the Red Isles to both find the Goddess of Tempest's wife, and you took a mission up there.
Okay, so the Red Isles. I don't know if the tiny screen is doing this justice, but the Red Isles, where we currently are, is like a gigantic. Oh, thank you, dude. It's like a gigantic sunken dragon skull. Like the protruding islands above the waterline are all just the features of the dragon upwards. It's fucking cool. So yeah, we went to a floating island. We met the Queen of Storm's ex, who was lovely, and we gave her. We're getting her some books and stuff, weren't we?
Yeah, you got her some books, some supplies. You got her some chickens, because currently she was just like fishing off the edge of the island. You find out she's very surprised that the goddess sent you there to kill her, since the goddess was herself the one who made her immortal, because although she did piss her off, she still loved her and could not bring herself to kill her.
So no doubt the stormy queen's going to be cheesed at us that we didn't do a murder, but she's definitely not on the level with us, and I at least personally want to find out why she's playing silly buggers with us.
Yeah. You then head to fulfill your quest you took from the Golden Wake. You fought some owlbears and almost got your shit kicked in.
So badly. So badly.
And then you were like just recovering and like resting up. And you see in the tree line there is a woman in like full plate armor with a sword that's like should be too big to wield, and like a plate shield who like gives you a slight nod. And that's where we ended.
So we have no idea who that is. So we're still outside the tower on the Red Isles, beaten to a bloody pulp with bits of owlbear left.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the story thus far. See, that was only like a half-hour recap for 5 episodes.
Sorry, Alnus with TLDR, getting the airship loser. We're on a mission from Goddess. That is so far Memnol Season 2. It's basically the Blues Brothers, but instead of like the wonderful musical stylings of a myriad of great performers, it's fire and poor life choices.
Lots of booze.
Lots of booze. That's a continuing theme.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. You're recovering, tending to your wounds.
Just get an ambulance sheet up.
I was doing the same thing. And then yeah, you see this woman standing in the trees over there.
So, as most of us have probably played a bunch of D&D, and if you haven't done a Memnal before. One of the quirks of this campaign is we don't actually know everything about our character at the start. So I got told the class we were playing, but everything else we had to find out through the universe. So while the character sheet is a little bare, that's because of the amount of stuff that we don't know. So, like, there's a ton of our, like, stats and abilities that we don't know. We don't know. And so at the end of each session, we're allowed to guess. So yeah, if you have any questions about what our character can do, or what their stats and abilities are, we might not know.
You also get experience at the end of the session for following your personality traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws.
Which are, as I'm sure it'd be one thing you want to know if we're going through this. So personality traits is kind to the kind. So if someone is of kind heart or is kind to others, we're nice to them. Our bond is smiles blazing. And our flaw is that we are a vengeful pyromaniac. It's like, we help the kind, but cross us and we'll burn your fucking house down. So...
And you're currently a level 4 Pact of the Tome Warlock.
Yes. We got a good book. We got a rat good book. We don't have an ideal yet, and that's something that we can choose as a group as we go through. And when we do, we'll be able to get more XP off of that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've been close to death twice, 3 times so far.
Yeah.
No, Pact of the Tim is the one from 2 towns over, Beast of the Bronze. No. This is Pact of the Tome. But I'll let Tim know you're asking after him. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, that is the story thus far.
All right. So I think we need a new tune, and Baron von Sheepington, will you set the scene for us?
Let's see. Yeah, it works. So you are bloodied but not broken. You're recovering from fighting these 2 owlbears. The wizard has finally come out of his tower because he was kind of trapped in there because the owlbears were patrolling around.
It's a lizard wizard.
He's a lizard wizard.
I'm so happy with this.
You're sitting there kind of resting up. The owlbears they're dead. You have not yet harvested them. Hex and Sharsu are, a little worse for wear, but like alive. And yeah, you see this woman standing like just inside the tree line.
I kind of lean over to Xiaosu and be like, hey, you see her, right? Tell me that's not just a me thing.
He looks over and he goes, I don't see anyone.
Ah, piss. Alright, this is gonna get weird. Hello! Hello over there! I'm bleeding profusely!
Sorry, I need to for those I
like, big smile, big wave, but clearly trying to hold in whatever's trying to get out of my torso.
Yeah. Sorry.
While Baron's having a look at that, Moose does make an interesting point that we technically have our first subclass feature from our patron, but we don't know what that is yet. So it could pop up somewhere, it could be something we just haven't worked out. We don't know. We started with no memory, and we're still working it out. Fucking Wraith with bleeding profusely. God, your parents must be assholes. That's a callback to some Memnol Season 1 humor.
So, she picks up her shield, and this, again, sword-like, anime, like, should be too big to wield, picks it up like it's nothing and throws it over her shoulder. She steps forward, and each step, the ground under her feet goes from, like, this normal earth to it starts kind of bleeding into this dark stone, and the closer she gets to you, the darker it gets around you, until she's standing directly in front of you, and you realize you're actually in the chamber that you very first woke up in.
Oh, wow.
She like slams her shield into the ground and like cracks the stone and does the same with her sword. So they're just kind of in the ground there. She reaches her hand out to you to like help you up.
Thanks. Oh, making the sound of like an old person getting up out of a chair, like, oh, me bones.
Yeah. So you do that, and she like, does the like arm grab thing and pulls you up. And as she does, you just feel this rush of like adrenaline, and you feel all of your wounds stitch closed. And you're now back up to full health.
Okay, Feck and we do know what our HP is, thank Feck. It's 31.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, thank you. Sorry, allow me to introduce myself. Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, and very, very grateful.
Yes, I am well aware who you are. I am Selek, the Herald of Pain, goddess of war.
And yet,
I've been watching you.
and yet very good at putting me back together. You say you've been watching. Please tell me you didn't see that fight with the owlbears. I promise you they aren't all like that.
I did see that.
Oh.
I am the goddess of war. Where there's a fight, I am there.
Oh, did you at least see when I in the pit fight? Did you at least see that one?
She gives a kind of smirk and nods.
Oh, thank you. Oh, well, how can I help you? I guess I should be. Sorry, let me have another slug. Also, Wraith, you did call that one. You were feckin' spot on.
I'm going to drop her name and spelling in chat for Dorcas later. Because I know I'm going to get a ping.
AR's like, she had money on you in the pit fight. So, I guess, how can I help you? Hopefully you don't need me to kill anyone for you.
Because I always need someone killed. Kind of my thing. She clasps her hands behind her back and starts like walking around you in a circle. Because I was the first one here when the one you served showed up. And decided to test her power. Needless to say, I was impressed. And then you came along and made things so much more complicated.
Yeah. Does it help that I'm not doing it at least on purpose?
I suppose, but you are here, and you are spreading her word, which is what you were given charge to do.
Indeed.
But tell me, and this is what she circled around and is back in front of you. And she very casually just like rips her sword up out of the ground. And as she does, you can even feel the ground under you like shake. And she kind of holds it out and examines it. And again, it's this massive, like think like Dark Souls, like great sword levels of absurd weaponry. She's just kind of like holding it out like it's nothing and looking at it. She goes, "Tell me, Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, what is it that you want?"
Let's stop and pause for a beat. Because, I mean, that is an excellent question. Like, friends, what do we want? We've been given a task, but we've kind of been falling... We've been falling face first into trouble. Alright, Steel says a pint. Graphite's like, pancakes? I like the idea of, well, at this point, breakfast. That might be my pithy line.
Actually, I don't know, a pint and a pancake wouldn't be bad.
I kind of like that.
I'll try and pick up a pithy one-liner. I'm going to go right back because I'm out of beer. So.
Okay, no worries. Breakfast and a pint. Dorcas makes an interesting point. Why am I doing what I am? Oh, Musa says, under the kind to the kind, we still owe the Sinir, however it's spelled. Oh, you mean the lizard wizard in the tower? Beast of Bronze. Real maple syrup, not the flavored stuff.
No, you're like, Canadian maple syrup, and she's like, what the fuck is...
What is a Canada?
What is a Canadian? Is that a new religion?
Okay,
yes, it involves hockey and maple syrup.
I do like the idea of looking down at Emblin's healed wounds. Emblin pops up and goes, well, at this point, breakfast and a pint wouldn't go amiss.
She chuckles a tiny bit, and just like, she swings the sword just effortlessly, just kind of a little practice swing, and it just goes like millimeters from your nose, and then like drops it over her shoulder.
Sorry, that just came out. But to be serious with you, I haven't really stopped to think. I mean, I believe you were there when I don't want to say came into the world, because I have no idea what was before all this, but I've never found myself wanting for adventure. God.
Yes. I was here. Well, more specifically, and then she, again using the sword, points to one of the massive stone chairs that encircle this room. She goes, I was specifically there. And then she points over to the center of the room, and you now notice there's this, like, massive black blood stain on the ground.
Was that me?
She nods.
Was I made here?
Jess, I believe that is a thing you should ask your queen.
I try not to trouble her too much. Well, and yet I seem to be causing trouble across the place. I'm sorry, I do not have an answer for you. I should, but I don't know. I think perhaps it's getting to spend so much time with you and the rest of this great pantheon doesn't leave one wanting for much.
He chuckles a bit and goes, I should actually probably thank you and your queen, for you have given me everything I want. There is a war coming. The war.
I don't suppose
your
you
queen started it.
Also, Lucifer, I need to get on with at least some of the gods, all right? Wouldn't suppose you'd have any pre-war tips? You know, you backing a particular side I should know about?
He's like, well, I'm backing my side. When your queen did what she did, she started the war between us and the lower lords. And they are not happy.
Oh, thank God. Sorry, I was worried it was going to be... Yeah, I didn't like the idea of the gods fighting. That kind of puts me square in the middle. The lower lords.
She chuckles and goes, I mean, you are one of the foot soldiers, so...
I'd be the first! But the lower lords, we've seen some of their effect. I've seen some of their effects on this world, and I don't think this place would be better off. Wait, no, hang on, sorry. Let me double back. I almost double negative into joining the lower lords there. That would have been a big fuck up. From what I've seen of the effect of the lower lords, I think they could stand to be a little bit eradicated.
She, again, effortlessly swings her sword under and, like, tips your chin up with the point. And it's... You expect it to be, like, cold, because it appears to be steel or something. But it is red hot on your chin. Like, it doesn't seem like it's actually burning you, but it is hot. And she kind of sizes you up from and goes, rather ironic given your lineage.
We are who we are.
He lowers the sword and puts it back over her shoulder and says, yes, it is the choice that makes us.
Wait. Heard that before.
Since you seem to be the errand boy for the divine,
You're not wrong.
what do you say you do me a bit of a favor?
How can I help?
I need you to tell my foot soldiers their marching orders.
Okay. I would be more than happy. Do you have a symbol or a mark that I can provide to them so that they know that these orders come from you and not from gestures to tiefling self? Rando with the horns.
I do, and actually that is how you will identify them. The question is, do you want my mark on you, or simply something to show them?
Something to show them. If we'll be fighting side by side against the lords, I look forward to it, but I still serve my queen, first and foremost.
Very well.
Like, we're all okay with that, right? Like, I feel like getting another god's mark on us might piss off our deity just a wee bit. Dorcas, hello, Emblem Burns, errand boy to the divine. How are you? Okay, I'm getting called out for simping for deities here. Look, it's not my fault, all right? I just got off Castlevania Season 4, and I got a thing for ladies with big swords. I'm not going to apologize. Sword lady tattoo, let's go! I think that is a terribly thought out idea. Yeah, Keith is saying physical object works. Alright. Ark, so the Queen of Embers hasn't told us no other gods. Like, she's not been livid at us for, like, interacting with the other deities, but we also haven't, like, taken the mark or of anything along those lines.
Yeah, you just agreed to, like, run errands for them, effectively.
Yeah.
Which you also didn't do. Because you were told to kill someone, and you're like, yeah, we found him. Yeah, we're not going to kill him, though.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that conversation. A whole lot of not. But, you know, we don't work for the Storm Goddess. We were just helping. But it turns out that Storm Goddess is playing us as like a cheap banjolele. Sorry, Beast of Bronze with, she didn't say no other gods, but you get with one god just once, and you never hear the end of it.
Oh. Huh. Sorry, can you hear that music in the background?
The
Not this music, other music.
I don't think so.
Okay, sorry, the bar that's over there has started playing music, and I just want to make sure it wasn't bleeding in.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, if you couldn't hear the Super Chainsaw Brothers earlier, then... Yeah. Okay, so no, I think we're on the right path.
Having a nice microphone.
So yes, we're going to go with the object rather than the mark.
Goes very well. And she slams her sword down into the ground again, and then pulls it out, and you see blood start to like seep out of the crack.
Oh God!
She holds her hand up, and the blood starts like floating, and it forms into this like symbol over underneath her hand, and it's this it's like a circular symbol that's kind of almost shadowy, and then in the middle of it, there's very clearly like a wolf's snarling face, like in like a side view of. And then as she holds her hand there, the blood like solidifies and like crystallizes. And then she pulls some more of the blood up, and it forms like a chain. And then she takes it and hands it to you.
Oh my word.
It is cold. Like, you touch it and it is frigid.
Ah, that I was not expecting.
She goes, so go forth, Emblem Burns, and seek the dogs of war.
The dogs of war. You wouldn't happen to know where they're located roughly, would you? I wouldn't say no to some pointers.
She goes, that will help you find them. And somewhere behind you, you hear like a door, like a massive door, like crack open. She goes, no, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to.
Well, thank you kindly. And perhaps once these lower lords have been dealt with, maybe a pint, maybe a sit down and a natter.
She chuckles and says, we'll see. She puts her hand on your chest and like pushes you over, and you like fall backwards. And as you hit the ground on your back, you just like, and you're back in front of the tower.
Emberlyn makes an embarrassingly loud from the falling sensation.
You want to have you roll a perception check for me real quick?
Okie dokie.
So just D20?
First roll in ages.
Pull up your actual character sheet. Yep.
Oh, 16! That'll be the best roll we do all day.
Your perception is...
And Immortal Len, I'm not trying to flirt with death, I am flirting with the goddess of war, who has a very big sword.
And a very big shield.
Seriously, if you haven't seen Castlevania Season 4, you don't know what I'm about, but it's okay.
You notice, you're like sprawled out on your back, and you notice there is actually like dust that you kicked up. Like you did actually just like fall or something. And then you realize you still are holding something that's just absurdly cold.
So
and
after the embarrassingly loud from falling over onto our back, and then the we then make another series of trying to fumble the cold thing into our pouch.
Yeah. And yeah, you have this pendant that has this like wolf mark on it. And it's like this deep black with just like a hint of red. Like I'm assuming all of you know what like really old blood looks like. And yeah, it looks like that, and it's just like cold to the touch.
Okay.
And yeah, you like fumble it into your pouch. But before you do, you hit this like, as your fingers leave it, you get this very faint like, almost like whispering sensation in like a direction, like coming from like kind of like behind you and like, you know, a ways away. Like just this very faint like whisper.
And then, almost to no one, towards the general sky, being like, a long breath is let out, followed by, "Oh, good."
Sharsu looks over and he's like, "You all right? Look like you've seen a ghost." Wait, another ghost here? Hate button ghosts.
Stupid ghosts. No, it's not ghosts. It's more.
Sorry, you're cutting out there for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it's because you were talking away from the mic. It wasn't picking up.
Discord being a butt. So yeah, we're still just flush flat on our back.
Yeah.
So not ghosts. It's going to be another one of those things that's going to make you want to drink again. I'm very sorry.
He just kind of sighs like, you weren't kidding when you said you were the herald, huh?
Nope. Apparently, I'm now the errand boy of the great deities.
Meanwhile, the lizard wizard is there, looking very confused.
Well, I've got another job. Also, sorry, I was just meant to say. Selik. Oh, she is a vision.
You didn't realize this before, but you've never seen Sharsu like go wide-eyed, and he just like
Yeah. I don't know how to tell you this, friend, but I think I might have a crush on one of the great deities.
Hex totters over and like looks like they were getting ready to like start doing, you know, the round of like, all right, everybody patch each other up, and then like looks at you and like pats your wounds. It's like, what? Ooh.
Yeah, I don't understand either, dear Hex, but like lifts up shirt. Apparently, I'm okay now. That's just a thing.
Oh. Hex should serve gods. Gods seem to do good things.
If I get the chance, I will introduce you. Chelsea will probably be able to tell you which one you might like, but we'll work on that later. So, okay, so sitting bolt upright and dusting self off, and kind of, as we're now healed, I can kind of get up on my own volition. So, like, right, well, let's deal with the task at hand first, and then then I'll fill you in on our next little operation. So turning to the lizard wizard, it's like, right, we have 2 dead owlbears. What do you need?
Yes. Well, I just needed them dead. Feel free to harvest them if you'd like. Like pats down pockets. Goes, I'll get your payment. You have the contract on you?
I do, yes, but
okay. I will get my seal and mark it as complete. Here I am. Like shuffles back into the tower. So yeah, you have 2 owlbears. You can try and harvest whatever you want from them if you'd like.
I just want one of their bloody talons. I want a claw. Like, I feel we have fucking earned that.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking of it's like, what can we do to help the wizard? Because the wizard was good to us.
Yeah. I mean, the contract was literally just like they needed these dealt with because they couldn't leave their tower because they were like, they made these things and they went awry. And they were like, I can't leave because they'll kill me.
You know what? An owlbear skin for the ship would be pretty nails. Although owlbears have feathers, right? Like,
kind of. They have both feathers and fur. It's like feathers around the head and it kind of blends down into like fur around the rest of their body.
I bet the fur's really soft. Actually, no, we probably singed the shit out of it, so it probably smells like burnt hair and pellets. Because, okay, I don't know if you're all aware of this, but owls don't have a standard digestive system. They eat things whole, digest them, and then spit up pellets of all the stuff. Imagine what owlbears are like. Just pellets of, like, adventurer.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have you roll. I will either let you do a. Let's see. That'll be. Actually, it'll probably be a survival check.
Okay.
To see what you can get off these 2 owlbears, and I'll let you do 2, 1 for each owlbear.
Okay. So roll 2d20. All right. Oh no! Okay, total them a 10 and a 4.
Plus,
Told you that 16 was our best roll of the day.
plus your survival. Okay. Yeah, you're able to get. Let's roll on this. You get 4 intact talons. And you. Let's see the.
Oh, I should write these down.
So you have 4 owlbear talons. And one of them you can actually like skin and like get the pelt off. You will have to like tan it. But you're able to like, with Sharsu and Hex's help, you're able to like skin it. But the other one is too burned to properly skin.
Yeah.
And then I'm just gonna do a.
Sorry, the reason I was smirking is Wraith was just saying an owlbear skin rug for when the gods stop by. We don't even know if she's interested in us. We can't be too forward.
And you do get 1 owlbear beak.
Oh, nice.
And then yeah, there's like a bunch of meat if you want to just hack off big chunks. But
you know what? I'm good. So looking at our little hoard of parts, turning to the wizard, being like, "Look, is any of this useful for you? I know you paid us for a job, but I wouldn't exactly say I wouldn't exactly say I handled it with ease. So if any of this is useful to you or your work, I feel it's the least we can do for you patching us up mid-battle."
Looking like, I will take some of the blood so I can study it, but other than that, I don't have much use. Hex kind of pulls on your sleeve.
Oh yes, Hex, what would you like?
Hex holds up Toothy.
Okay. We'll carve off some owlbear for Toothy. Would Toothy like that?
You just see like a little bit of drool come out of like where you think Toothy's mouth is.
Gonna take that as a yes. All right.
Hex walks over to one of the owlbears, like the one you skinned, and then turns to the wizard and goes, "You may want to look away." And just sets Toothy down on the owlbear and is like, "Go ahead, it's okay." And then just like pseudopods shoot out, and you just hear like crunching and like grinding as it starts like gnawing into this thing.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, and Sharcy goes, "Oh, never get used to that. Never get used to that."
Oh, it's still bad. Oh, it's still going.
And yeah, the wizard is both intrigued but also just like,
All three of us are horrified, but we can't look away.
Meanwhile, Hex is like,
Toothy gets a snack. Toothy gets a full fucking meal. Going through bone like butter.
Yeah. And yeah, it's just like crunching and slurping, and like it like devours like an entire arm of one of the owlbears.
It's a couple of times where it's
stops.
like, no, I'm good. Okay.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Just a D20, right?
Yeah. What's your con?
17.
Okay, you're able to keep it down, but like, there's a couple Moon's Haunted moments.
No, we're good.
Okay, I'm okay. After a moment, like it stops, and you like just hear like gurgling and digesting noises. And then Hex walks up and is like, "Are you done?" Okay, and like picks Toothy back up and is like, "Key." And the wizard's just like,
Yeah.
What? And Hex just holds it up and is like, "It's Toothy." Like, okay, and just like hands out with like money in his hand, just like, "Here."
Thank you.
Yeah. So mark down, you get 10 gold.
Woohoo!
And then they put down their mark on the contract, marking it as complete, so you can turn it back into the guild.
Okay. Well, then, if you have no more need of us, we have more work to attend to.
There's like, yeah, thank you. Yeah. just like anytime Hex steps towards them, they're like tiny step back. Like, "Oh, you keep that over there."
Sorry, and whilst we were going through that horrific experience, Dorcas was pointing out that we now have enough pieces that if we wanted to become a vigilante crime fighter called the Owlbear, we could. Or Owlbearman, if you will. We got the cape, we have the beak, the talons.
Yeah.
Caca! Yeah, you keep it down, but you're going to need something to rinse your mouth with. So as we trundle back towards the ship, I'm just gonna... I'd be like, "So Chaosu, do you want me to just tell you straight up this time? I'm sorry I keep throwing all of this at you, friend."
It's like, at this point, sure, whatever. Just let's get it out of the way. Let's get the existential dread going.
Yeah.
Let me process my emotions about the fact that I've devoted my life to serving a deity, and you can just talk to them whenever you want. That's fine. It's totally fine.
I did put in a good word for you. I hope you know that.
Sure, if I should thank you or punch you, honestly.
You might want to do both. Wait till I've told the story. So, met with the goddess of war. Good news, she's with us. Bad news, war's coming. And we're on her side in it. So that's good. I say we because obviously if you need to not continue to get involved in this nonsense, I can't stop you. But it sounds like it's a kind of an all of us in it together sort of thing. They want to go after the lower lords. Or the lower lords are going to kick off. Yeah.
Oh, good. Fun. Cool.
Yup.
It's one of those things you sign up for and you never think it's gonna happen. Like the war between the gods and the lower lords has always been one of those like impending threats, but you never think it's actually gonna happen. They kind of keep each other in check and they never really full-on clash.
Yeah.
Good to know that that's kicking off in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Thanks, fate.
I don't know if I'm a byproduct of it happening or if I'm the thing that's causing it all to happen, but it's one or t'other. It's one or t'other. Good news. We're getting some reinforcements. Which is useful. Our little task from the Goddess of War is to seek out the Dogs of War. They are probably her followers or friends or, I don't know, an actual group of dogs. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. But she did...
kind of like tilts his head and like, there's been rumors of weird obscure texts that, I mean, given my personal deity that I follow, you know, we value knowledge. There's a couple references in some very ancient scrolls of the Dogs of War, but we thought they were metaphors, honestly.
Well, they may still be. Also, Alnis, I see you, werewolves or riot. And Wraith, the Poppers of Barfight is the local tavern for them.
I think it'd be the puppers of like Bar Brawl.
Yes.
Yeah.
And AR does make a good point that the Goddess of War might not be informing us of this conflict so much as she might be trying to bloody start it. But you know what? Feck it.
Sorry. Kisa with Bark Brawl.
It's the little dog park next to the Dogs of War. However, whether they're real, metaphorical, or actual dogs, I was given this, and so I take out, and I kind of, you know that thing when you take something out the freezer and it's just a little too cold, so you kind of like bounce it between your hands? Yeah. Like I keep bouncing the kind of the medallion, and I'm like, we got given this. What do you think? And I pass it to Chasu.
Yeah, so Chasu is going to...
Chasu. Oh god, please tell me we're not going to flash freeze. Oh no.
So yeah, he takes it and like, you see him like, as soon as he takes it, like, okay, oh, that's really cold. And then I'm going to have him roll a...
No! I'm going to stop giving deity items to people. Oh yeah, and Lucifer, yeah, this is some straight up Diablo level shit. Like, it's going down for real. Cue the sound. Let's cue the sound bite.
I'm gonna have him roll a history check. His history is actually weirdly bad, but whatever. Yeah, he's like, yeah, cold, and like tries to pass it back. He's like, I don't recognize that, unfortunately.
Supposedly, it's going to. Once we find the Dogs of War, it's going to give us a modicum of clout with them. They're supposed to start getting ready for this big conflict, and I've been politely asked to inform them thusly.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm just along for the ride at this point. So, so you're the goddess of knowledge, and I find you who keeps stumbling upon knowledge, because that's just my lot in life now.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I was probably made, and so I'm as clueless as anyone could be in this situation. So both your knowledge and your friendship is greatly appreciated. Oh. Actually, yeah, Kisa, that's a good point. And like turning the medallion over in my hands, I'm like, hey, Hex, does this ring any bells to you? Because it's always worth. Hex has continued to surprise us. Hex rolls better history than Shasu.
I mean, Hex has seen some shit.
Yeah.
But Hex still is like, oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. And I'm gonna put my ear up to it to see if I can hear for that whispering again. Just like.
Roll me a perception check.
All right.
Oh
yeah, just Lucifer pointing out how salty on main this guy is. Oh yeah. Like, he's dedicated his life to a goddess and the pursuit of knowledge. And then Red Horns McSets on Fire shows up and is like, I just talked with this god, and I just talked with this god. And he's like, dedicated my whole life to this, but cool, whatever. 18! Oh, I'm gonna roll like shit in our first fight today.
Yeah. So you hold it up and kind of listen, and you're like, and it's not even like coming from the medallion, but yeah, you as you're holding it and like actually have a solid grip on it, you start to hear that like whispering coming from a direction again.
Okay.
Actually back towards like the main red aisle.
Okay. Well, I think we can use this to find them. So let's trundle back to the ship, and then let's find us some dogs, apparently.
She's like, all right. Meanwhile, Hex is just like clutching Toothy, like.
I think someone earlier described Hex as like a proud parent with Toothy, and I love that kind of like that. Oh, my little sword has done well. I'm so happy.
It's more like a kid that finally trained their dog to shake. Like, I taught it to do a thing.
But instead of holding a single paw, it's consuming an owlbear's skinned corpse. Like, I don't know. I imagine like a whole like Carnage from Spider-Man thing going on, just like.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sword son is best son.
Actually, I believe currently Toothy's an axe.
Okay, Toothy's an axe. Sorry, my apologies.
At the moment, but like the whole thing with Toothy is like it can change to whatever. So yeah, you make your way back to the boat, and you get in, and you're just heading back to the Red Isles, or like the main Red Isle. You're on one of like the surrounding bits.
And Dorcas, that's not a bad theory. Oh, see, AR, sadly, Toothy wasn't with us when we encountered the Goddess of War. So Toothy can only copy things that it sees.
Yeah, it has to like be presented a weapon, and then has to actually have enough physical mass to replicate that thing. And it's a fairly young mimic at the moment, so it can only do like I think it's a hand axe right now.
Yeah, which is perfect for a little kobold.
Yeah, it's currently a hand axe.
So I decide to leave the topic of gods and deities for the moment because Shasu's been putting up with so much. And we'll head back to the ship so that we can follow the medallion back to the Red Isles. So, Commodore and Cap, to catch you up, met the Goddess of War. She's really hot. Toothy did a crime on a corpse. And Shasu is having to deal with how we just talk to deities a lot.
On the regular.
But, yeah. Healed up. Owlbears are handled, and we have enough owlbear parts that we could make a costume if we wanted. Ark of the Conclave? No.
Sorry, I'm looking at.
Pepsi Dash walks in to hear the term crime on a corpse. Yeah. And remember, if it's already a corpse, you have to try extra hard to do a crime on it. But yeah, so that's what I'd like us to do. We'll head to the ship and follow the whisperings of the pendant.
So you head back towards the main aisle. Meanwhile...
Oh, and sorry to interrupt. So, Stepgen, we did talk to the Lizard Wizard. The Lizard Wizard was actually pretty fine with... they wanted some owlbear blood for research stuff, but they're pretty set for good. So, like, there wasn't too much we needed that they needed of us, apart from the owlbears getting killed. So, because I wanted to help them if they needed anything, but... Well, I guess we wanted to help them if they needed anything, but they were good. Sadly, they're also not a frost mage. They couldn't be a lizard wizard in a blizzard. Dorcas, you were going for the same joke I was! Fuck! Oh. Yeah, sorry. So, Baron, yes, we'd like to return to the ship.
Okay. So, yeah, you get back to the ship. You start putting your way back to the main island. I believe it's a fairly short jaunt, so it's like 45 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Sharsu and Hex kind of rest up and like patch their wounds up.
Yeah, not everybody got god time.
Do they eat turkey gizzards? Is that a lizard wizard and a blizzard eating turkey gizzards?
And they might be played by Eddie Izzard.
Yeah. So yeah, you like make your way back. You see, like during this time, like they patch themselves up. Sharsu does like he sits down and tries to like. He seems like he's like either meditating or like trying to commune or something. Maybe just trying to cope. Meanwhile, Hex is like swinging Toothy around, like oh.
I like to imagine like the sunset behind a little bit. It's got like a kind of like a Karate Kid maneuver, but it's a kobold with an axe.
Yep.
I'm gonna continue just like piloting away. Who was pointing it out? Wraith were just saying that they love how everyone's just accepted the fact that Emily just goes pop 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 when piloting the ship.
Yeah. Just going along. Pop, 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 pop. Why does he do that? He just don't. Just leave it. It's fine.
Yeah, and Moose, I'm actually thinking about if we have time that maybe trying to commune with the Queen of Embers and seeing if she can just do like an intro for Chaosu and the Goddess of Knowledge, because he's putting up with a lot of shit for just because. He deserves to have some FaceTime with his goddess, you know? I want to make that happen. I want to do that for him. We're kind to the kind, and Chaosu is a very kind person who's putting up with a lot of bullshit. You know?
So, yeah, so you make your way back to the island, you know, with no problem. Dock and like disembarking. This is probably a good time to take a break because we're like 2 hours in.
Okay.
So it's a tiny break.
If you want to go first, good sir. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, friends. So I'm thinking that if we want to head after the Dogs of War, they're probably going to be somewhat in the island. So it might not be a bad idea to like hit an inn, hit a tavern, like rent a room, take a night, and see if I can commune. Wraith's pointing out that is the Goddess of Knowledge a hot librarian? Because I'm not saying I'll be into that, but God. I loved how Thick was almost entirely uninterested in sexy times throughout the entirety of season 1. And Emberlin's just deities for days. Deities for days. Wraith. Sorry, Wraith's calling me out, it's being like, Will, you got to meet the sexy war god. Let me have this. Well, it's the appearance of the Goddess of Knowledge is entirely up to Baron, but you can probably make a very good case. But yeah, no, I really do want to see if Chaosu can get some FaceTime with his goddess. All right, Steel Fox, go get some sleep, friend, and have a lovely rest of your night. Sorry, Steel just adding, for the love of God, do not flirt with the god of pain and war. I promise nothing. And as Fearless says, in the words of Giddy D, it's a stereotype that that tieflings are always horny. It's true, but it's a stereotype. Wraith is hoping that the goddess of knowledge is actually a hot librarian. And Wraith, we're talking like Rachel Weisz, the mummy, right?
I mean, yeah. Like, I'm sorry. I don't care what your sexual orientation is. Everyone found that hot.
Yes. There is someone for everyone in the original Mummy, and I love that.
Yeah.
I will be back in just a second. I leave you with these lovely folks.
No, you're right. Yeah, no, like, someone's turned on by someone in the... I mean, I think asexuals still appreciate that that person is hot. Like, they may not be into it, but they're like, no, that person is hot, though. Like, not my jam, but that is a hot person. Could be wrong. I'm not asexual. I don't know. Sorry. Now I want to watch whatever this clip is that's just bad idea / foreshadowing.png. Because it's transparent. Georges, I know what you're saying, but I think he's referring specifically to the fact that it's like the first of that. I think it was a trilogy. And I don't care what anybody says. I like the second one. The second one was fun as hell. Yeah. Yeah, he's actually a spectrum. And like, actually, that's one of the ones I need to learn more about because it's actually kind of fascinating to me. Fair enough, Wilson. Oh yeah, it could also. Oh yeah, I forgot that Tom Cruise was in like a. We're just gonna not acknowledge that, or anything Tom Cruise is in ever, because. Oh no, shit, no, but he's in Edge of Tomorrow, which was actually really good. Edge of Tomorrow? Is that what it's called? The looping movie? Sorry, Jackie Foxbutt. I don't know if you're somebody that changed their name or if you're new to the stream. I do not recognize your name. Either way, that's a hilarious name. I love it. Is there gonna be a sequel to Edge of Tomorrow? I'd be okay with that. I mean, if we could remove Tom Cruise, that'd be great. Give me like anybody else. Give me Jason Momoa in Edge of Tomorrow too. Give me, or like The Rock or something. I don't care. Fun fact, Jackie. I used to think I was straight. Turns out I was really wrong.
Hello.
Hey, so we're just discussing Brendan Fraser and how everyone at least appreciates how hot everyone in that Mummy movie was.
Oh, yes.
Like, I hate to say it, but even like Lenny, like somebody's into Lenny. I don't know who it is, but somebody's into Lenny.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Not my thing.
So, I have cheese in hand. I've got a bevy. Let's ride!
All right, so you arrive back into the Red Isles. You dock. Again, it's like everyone's bustling and everyone has a purpose. They have a job. They're doing their job, going about their tasks. What do you do?
Okay, so what do you think, friends? It's later in the evening, so we don't have to make a straight beeline for the dogs. But we can. I'd like to take the time, not necessarily for the rest, because we don't need to recover.
As someone who knows what Klingon foreplay is like, I don't judge.
Indubitably. So, Bacon Avenger, thank you for the 200 bits. We aren't the judging sort here. Okay. So yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. I'm saying, let's get in.
Not what I thought it was going to be. Okay, there we go. That's the one I wanted.
Let's get a room. Let's get everybody rested up. And I'm going to try and commune with the goddess and see if we can hook up Chasu.
All right. Which means, let me pull it up. For those of you that are unaware, there is a forum for both random NPCs and random locations.
Of which we're about to get a ton of both.
Yeah. So, let me find the location. Let me find an type of shop. Let me find an inn. That I haven't used yet.
So, actually, Dorcas, I don't want to go straight to the Golden Wake. I want to find a local place.
Also, you straight up failed at finding the Golden Wake last time you were here.
Yeah, we just fecked it. Oh, and while Baron is looking at that, Keith would like to remind you all that there is a form if you want to add NPCs and things. It is in the Dice and Yet More Dice channel over on Discord. It's under pins. Yeah, please fill them out. Characters abound. As Compliment Cap says, support local small businesses. Yeah, Dorcas, I rolled a 3 on that one. We just had to wing it.
I'll use that one.
Ray's like, find somewhere to sleep off our last wounds, and then look for our next cage fight. I mean, can't go any worse than the owlbear fight, am I right? Dorcas is like, I have a spreadsheet. I can look up your failures. Wow, it's just like my brain every time I try and sleep. Hey, remember that one thing you did like 15 years ago? You fucked up? Let's dwell on that. But yeah, no, so we're gonna rest up because the owlbear fight was pretty intense, and even though we got healed up, I think like Hex and Shasu could use snooze and some food. God, I really need to repair the crap out of this. Could use a snooze and some food, you know?
Sorry. Commenting on things, so I actually make sure I...
What are your opinions on merfolk and other aquatic races? I personally love thinking about the idea of their kingdoms and whatnot.
I mean, Pepsi, that's more a question, I think, for Baron than myself. This particular world's very, is partially submerged. Okay, very partially submerged.
It's mostly submerged.
Yeah, you know what, I was playing it down. Like, the red isles that we're on right now, like this area here, the whole island itself is like a submerged dragon skull. The whole island. Also, and thank you for the 200 bits. I'm sorry, Wraith was just joking that we sign up for the cage match, and it's like, a new challenger has entered the ring, and they will be facing 5 owlbears. Amorlen's like, is this D&D Waterworld? It doesn't quite have the post-apocalyptic, like, there's still a society, there's still, like, cities and trade and things like that. And most of the travel's done by floating ships rather than regular ships, or at least so far as we've seen.
Okay, we're going with this one because it's hilarious.
Like you need another reason.
Also, you'll appreciate it. So you finally you finally find it. Sorry. Dorcas, thank you so much. You find an inn. As you approach it, it's called the Week's Respite. Wheeks.
Oh,
And you walk in, and there's just a massive spectral guinea pigs sitting on the counter.
a spectral guinea pig. Who did this? You need praise.
Dorcas.
Dorcas, you legend.
It is a bright and cheery, and the walls and rafters are crisscrossed with small doorways and ramps which facilitate the movement of an army of spectral guinea pigs in little suits and bow ties. They are larger than normal guinea pigs, about cat-sized, and will take orders, menus on the tables, deliver food and beverages, carrying trays on their backs, provide room service via hatches in each room, and they don't speak but can understand languages. The owner, cooks, etc., is actual people.
With
Like,
little
you
bow
walk in and it's just
ties!
like giant spectral guinea pig with like a sign next to it says like, I can understand commands, tell me what you want.
Emberlyn is speechless with happiness. Just I'm looking at Hex, I'm looking at Chasu, I'm like,
It's actually, it seems like, oh yes, this place. Sharsu's just like, how is this not the weirdest thing that's happened today?
I know, right? We are staying here. We are getting food and we are staying here tonight. I will pay, I don't care. It's just, it wasn't a question.
So yeah, like this guinea pig is like sitting there looking at you like, "Hey."
We need a room for the night. We're gonna go get a table and get some food. Also, this is amazing.
It nods and kind of like looks over in a direction. You see there's like a little dining area. And a sign that just says like, please seat yourself.
Oh, yeah, Wraith, we're gonna have to try. I'm gonna have to roll real well to have the willpower to leave the guinea pig in. The end of the week.
The week's respite.
The week's respite.
So yeah, like you go and you sit down, and there's like this tiny ramp that goes down to each table, and yeah, this spectral guinea pig comes over carrying menus in its mouth and sets them on the table, and then like waddles back up the ramp to let you like look over the menu. A lot of salads, a lot of vegan options. There's a couple like meat options, but like it's mostly like vegetarian and vegan stuff.
I mean, I don't. It could be sawdust at this point. It's guinea pigs. And sorry, Fiona is currently streaming at the moment, so I won't be able to tell her about this until after. But be assured, I will tell her in great loud detail. Moose is like, if you order a salad, it might not make it to your table. Oh, there's some little nibble marks on it.
You look through the menu and yeah, it's all this like stuff. After a couple minutes, again the guinea pig in like a suit and bow tie waddles back down the thing and like sits down and looks at you like expectantly. And Sharsu's just like, oh, how's the fish? I guess. And Hex is like, biggest meat you have. And the guinea pig kind of nods at each of them and then looks at you expectantly. And then Hex goes, oh, and ale.
House salad, also ale. Also, you're adorable! Sorry.
It winks at you a little bit and goes, and like nods and like waddles off. It takes your menus from you. It just like waddles off.
We have gone through a lot of weird stuff together as a team. We have dealt with things none of us ever expected. But this is amazing. I don't know what we did to deserve this, but we'll do it more often.
X is just like, kind of, just like, yeah, this place, yeah, they've been here before. Like again, Hex is from the Red Isles, so like, oh yes, this place.
This is probably like a big tourist spot for the local area.
Yeah, it's like a cat cafe. They're just like, oh yeah, this place. Like, yeah, I never went in there, but like we knew it existed. A few moments later, a guinea pig with like a tray strapped to its back waddles down the thing with a couple ales and like a glass of water. And just, like, stands in the middle of the table.
Emberlyn does not stop making happy noises. It's just the whole time.
Hex has to like stand up on their chair and like reach over and grabs their ale and like sips it. Sharsu just takes the glass of water and just like this. How does this keep getting weirder? You take your drink.
Brune better be the manager.
Sorry, thank you for the 200. I don't know, we didn't actually... Oh, because the guinea pigs can understand us, but they can't speak.
Yeah. And then, yeah, it like waddles back up the little ramp. After you all take your drinks. And like you're all sipping your drinks, and like there's a couple other people in here. But it's fairly empty at the moment. It's not peak like tourist season. There's like a family in one corner.
Honestly, this Emberlyn does not stop being like happily excitable. This like watching the guinea pigs going at other tables and doing stuff. I'm just being like,
between drinks and your food arriving, a guinea pig comes down carrying a key that has like a room number on it and like sits it on the table, and also has like a little note that says like, it says like 2 silver for the night.
Oh, I'm putting 3 down. Like I am tipping the shit out of these guinea pigs. Where's my?
Yeah, it's actually like on its collar. There's a little like a cup. You just like put the money in, and it like winks at you and then bottles back up the.
Yeah. Oh. This is amazing. Okay, so honestly, like, Emberlyn is just not going to stop being happy, excitable. There is going to be, unless Sharsu has something they bring up, like, there is not going to be sensible conversation from Emberlyn this entire encounter. Like,
yeah, it's this weird juxtaposition between Sharsu being just weirded the fuck out, Emberlyn being very happy, and Hex just being like, yeah, this is the thing.
Yep. Hex being weirdly calm, just usually being the most excitable of the 3 of us.
Yeah.
This massive war turtle with an iron shell, and this fucking tiefling that can't calm the fuck down. An alleged Watto friend, how you doing?
Shasu, I regret to inform you that this is all a fever dream. You hit your head whilst stumbling around in the darkness spell during episode 2 and have been knocked out ever since.
Yes!
That's the best anime twist to this, is that this is all just a fever dream of Sharsu, and you wake back up and he's just like in the middle of combat and gets stabbed.
Yeah, he's unconscious, having been tripped up in the dark and just biffed it. Oh my word.
So yeah, eventually your food is delivered again on like a tray strapped to this guinea pig's back, and you just like, it goes down and stands in the middle of the table, and you like take your tray off, or your meal off. And they're actually in like the perfect orientation for like where you're sitting. So like, oh yes, this is clearly like mine.
This is amazing. I'm so for this.
And yeah, like it's a delightful salad. Jarsu, like the fish is very well cooked. They deliver Hex like a whole ass chicken, basically. And yeah, you eat, and then eventually, like various guinea pigs keep showing back up to like check on you and just like winking at you, like kind of like, do you need anything? But like in guinea pig sounds. Eventually, you're like, which way is our room? And another guinea pig shows up to like lead you up to your room. There's a little ramp next to the stairs that they walk up so they can get up the stairs. And yeah, you go upstairs and they lead you to your room, and you walk in. It's very cozy. Like there's a little fireplace. There's they specifically gave you a room with like 3 beds. There's like twin size beds.
This is amazing.
And then there's like a little bell on the wall next to a hatch that says like ring for service.
Okay. How is Emberlyn gonna fucking calm down from this glorious guinea pig flavored joy?
There's paintings on the walls of like
Yes!
kind of anthropomorphized like guinea pigs, like in battle or like at a fancy dinner in like full suit and gowns and things, but they're guinea pigs.
Fuck, if that
And like
existed, I would need it in my life so badly.
there's like guinea pig poker and like it's this whole like there's an aesthetic and they just like keep doubling down on it.
Lord Week the Third.
The pokers, actually the handle of the pokers for the fire is the little guinea pig. Like they just like went ham with the shtick.
Fuck yes.
I'm
so okay with this.
Yeah, there's a little stack of wood next to the fire. Like the fire isn't going yet because guinea pigs can't start a fire. But there's like materials to start a fire if you would like one. There's chamber pot and like a thing of water.
Okay. Like there's a like Emberlyn is still visibly like bouncing from happiness, but we came here for a specific thing, so it's like, okay, Hex, Shalsu, I'm gonna try communing with my charge, my Queen of Embers. So I'm gonna make some fire. If things get weird, don't worry. If it gets a bit too weird in here, just go downstairs and hang out with the guinea pigs. No, focus. Damn it, Emberlyn, focus. Actually, friends, maybe we should ask Shalsu to meditate with us. Because that might not be a bad shout. Actually, yeah, no. So change of plan. So be like, okay, Emberlyn, again, is desperately trying to shake off this just pure, just, like, childlike joy the spectral guinea pig land is bringing right now. So I'm like, okay, so, focus. So, Hex, we're going to try something here. So, feel free to go back downstairs and get another ale if you'd like, or just stay within guinea pig land. It's so fucking cute. Shalsu, I'd like you to join me in some meditation. I want to try something. And I know I'm asking you to blind trust me on this one, but I want to try something.
He's like, I can do that. Actually, oh god. He very reluctantly like walks over to the little like ring for service bell, and then it's like he keeps like reaching for the bell and like fine. Rings the bell, and a little guinea pig shows up.
Emberlyn immediately starts squeaking with happiness.
And he's like, yeah, sorry, can I get just like a bowl of water, like yay big? Thank you, I think. I don't know how this works. And the guinea pig weeks at him and then like goes off, and like a couple minutes later comes back with a bowl of water about the size that he indicated, but on its back, and he takes it. He's like, thank you.
Emberlyn is back to hopping from one foot to the other in just fucking happiness.
She's like, do I tip you? I don't know how this works. And the guinea pig just like just goes back in the door. He's like, oh god, this is weird. Okay. And he like, I assume you like start a fire in the fireplace.
Shake it up. Well, so what I wanted to do was place down just like either couple blankets or pillows, whatever, just for where we're going to be sitting. Yeah. And so I get all the fire materials together and then like invite him to sit with.
Yeah.
And so okay, because I don't want to get this too ritualistic, but placing the kindling and fire in a neat pattern. Patrigren, thank you kindly for the follow. I summon up a little bit of flame with my hand and cast it into the fire to get the fire properly burning.
Shalsu like sits down next to you, and he takes the bowl and he sets it in front of him, and he rummages through his like belongings, and eventually he pulls out what you recognize as one of the iron leaves from the tree that you saw when you talked to the wife of the goddess of tempest. And he actually just like, and again, it's literally like an iron leaf, but he like sets it on top of the water so that it like floats. And he kind of sits down and like, so there's the bowl of water with the leaf in it, and then puts his mace down between the bowl of water and himself. And he takes off his pendant that has the sigil of his deity and like holds it in front of him.
Okay.
It's very clear he's done this like 1,000 times. Like it's very just like deliberate, very ritualistic, almost the same thing you're doing, just a different version.
Yeah. Sitting next to him, what I'm going to do is just take the pendant of the Queen of Embers and just place it like in hands. Try and meditate. Try and focus.
Right.
Also, just very quickly, it's Patrigan. Excuse me, cheeky T-burps. Patrigan. So the way this works is it's me and all of you lot playing Baron's campaign. So this is our second season of Memdal. We start the season with a blank character sheet with no idea who we are, with no knowledge of what we're dropped into, and then go. We have to work out our character and the story and everything from just playing around the world. But again, like, feel free to make suggestions. These lovely people can probably catch you up to speed real quick. We're going to talk to our patron, our deity, the Queen of Embers, because we kind of want to introduce Charsu, who's a rad turtle monk who's been rolling with us for a while. He's a paladin, isn't he? And yeah, we need to get him onto the pantheon level with us. Okay, so breathing calm, trying desperately hard not to focus on how fucking cute guinea pigs are. I attempt to reach out to the Queen of Embers. I attempt to make contact.
I'm gonna have you just do a wisdom like saving throw with your charisma specifically for those of you that are playing, because again you're a warlock, so charisma is your spellcasting modifier. So just go ahead and do a T20, and I'll add your charisma to it.
Thank you, thank you.
Actually, I think you know your charisma, so
6. Told you all we rolled too good.
Yeah.
Might have to give this a couple of tries.
Sorry, I forget. Do you actually know your charisma? I think you do. Yeah, you do. Oh. Yeah.
Yes, we do.
And you know that it's it's +6, so total of 12. Well, it's 4 and you're proficient because you're a warlock, so 6.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're like sitting there for a while. Nothing really happens. Charsu is like again also trying to like meditate and like commune. Eventually Hex like goes and sits down next to you.
Aww.
And like tries to kind of mimic what you two are doing, like crosses their legs and like I don't know how this works. And have you roll again.
Okay. I'll just add a few more logs to the fire, cast a little bit more flame, just to get the heat going, and I'll try again. Come on, Papa needs to talk to the Queen. 10, so that's 16.
Yeah. So you're sitting there, and you're sitting there for a while, like 20 minutes or something, and you like basically like give up and open your eyes, and then you just like see the flames acting strange.
Okay.
Like you put a fairly large amount of wood on this fire, and so it should all be like going up, but the flames actually like reduced down to this like single tiny flame in the middle of the fire. Okay. Everything else is still covered in embers and glowing and giving off heat, but like the fire is just in the middle of the pile of wood.
Interestingly, I'm going to try and focus on that one point.
Okay, can you give me one more roll?
Come on. 7, so 13.
Yeah. You keep focusing on it, and out of the corner of your eye, you see that the iron leaf that he put down in the bowl of water is slowly starting to rotate.
Okay.
And Hex has put Toothy down in front of them to mostly just like have it close to the fire so Toothy warms up. And you swear you see Toothy's like exterior like shimmer with like an ember-like flame for a brief moment.
Okay.
And you notice that Hex is like eyes closed, like really trying to focus. It's a funny like juxtaposition between Sharsu, who's like very serene and calm, and then Hex is just like focus.
Yeah, I'm with Kisa. Proud of you, little Hex. You try so hard.
And then like you're looking at all these things, and then you look back at the fire, and then you blink, and suddenly you're just in an eternal blackness. And you feel a presence behind you, and you turn around, and before you stands the Queen of Embers. Her wings folded behind her, her hands clasped in front of her. Very calm.
Without a hint of like mockery or irony, Emblyn takes like a deep one-knee bow. My queen, thank you for meeting with me.
She gives a small chuckle and says, "This is the least I can do for my herald. What is it you want, child?"
I have a request, and I know it's selfish of me to put this before you, as I'm still working on my task, but the rest of the Pantheon keep popping up left, right, and centre. We spoke with the Goddess of War today, and I guess I wanted some guidance, but I also wanted to ask a selfish favour.
She just kind of cocks her head at you.
In guidance,
just like waiting for the.
In guidance, the Goddess of War speaks that we will soon be doing battle with the Underlords. It is the Underlords, isn't it?
The lower lords.
The lower
or
lords.
The Nazil is their technical name.
And I do not know if this is within the scope of what you would like of me. I'm happy to lead the charge in your name. Probably won't do very well, as owlbears have proven. But I will. But I am not here to be a pawn in someone else's game. I work to serve you.
He takes a step forward and says, "Yes, there is a war coming. I did not realize it at the time, but I set in motion events." And with each step, you see the ground under her just like start to almost, again, it's just this infinite black, but each step you see this like ripple of ember as she slowly steps for you. Says, "He is right, there is war coming. And I did start it. And I fully intend to finish it.
Well,
if need be.
I hope it goes without saying, you have my axe, which is also the axe that you gave me, so technically your axe."
He chuckles and says, "Now it is yours. I gave it to you, and thus it belongs to you.
Thank you.
What you do with it, the choices you make, are up to you."
For the choice is what defines us, am I right?
He smiles and nods.
Now, I have a selfish request, my queen. My travelling companion, the one who is, well, not in here, gestures to the infinite blackness, but where my form is sitting, my companion, the war turtle. Oh, why do I call them war turtles? They're turtles. My companion Chaosu, he is one who has dedicated his life to your kind, and he believes in all of you without having ever seen hair nor hide. While he does serve the goddess of knowledge, he has been in proximity to everything that has been happening, and I would like to introduce you to him.
He again smiles this like almost motherly, your child said something adorable smile, and goes, I believe it is about time that both of your companions meet me.
I would like that. I would like that.
She unfurls all four of her wings, and the blackness gives way to you're in that chamber again, the chamber you first awoke in. And slowly to your left starts to fade in Sharsu, and to your right, Hex. And they're completely still, like frozen for a moment. And then as they fully like materialize but are still frozen, she looks at it and goes, are you sure about this? Do you think they're ready?
I do. I really do.
He nods, and then they both kind of spring to life. And Hex is the first one to open their eyes. They're doing the like super concentrate-y thing, and then one eye opens, like, oh. Oh. Hello. And at this, Sharsu slowly opens his eyes, and then like just wide-eyed stares for a moment. He gives a very gentle smile and slowly retracts her wings back behind her and says, greetings. As you may have guessed, I am the Queen of Embers.
Hex, Sharsu, I'd like you to meet the person for whom I am the herald of.
Hex is just like very slowly jaw-going agape, just Sharsu is understandably shocked, but like bows his head in reverence.
Oh, Moose, thank you for the reminder. Sharsu, I hope you'll forgive me for bringing you here. I wanted to introduce you. I know you've worked to serve the deities without ask of return or payment, but I don't know. You've been helping me so much, I doubt I would have made it this far without you, friend.
He kind of just like half turns his head to you, but is still just like staring at her. He's like, it's appreciated. He then like quickly looks around his surroundings and sees like the massive stone chairs and like the chamber that you're in, and then looks back at her and asks, if I may, am I where I think I am? And she just gives a very, very calm smile and nods. Actually, can you roll a perception check for me?
5. I am perceiving shit all. Again.
Alright. He looks back to her and says, I never thought I would actually see this place.
And just kind of side it. You're gonna have to explain this to me later, okay?
Without looking at you, just tiny nod. He says, there is a war coming. It is one that I unknowingly started, but I must see through to its end. Emberlyn, you are my herald, and you have done well spreading my name so far. Although I have not yet called on you for your true task, you will know it when it comes. Rasu, I appreciate your devotion to your deity. And if you would like, I could summon them and they could have a word with you. I'm not sure you're ready for that.
Wait, hang on. Because, friends, what I was about to do was turn to Xiaosu and do, like, the big, like, say yes! But what do you reckon we should do on this one? And, sorry, Moose was reminding us to mention her ex that he says hi, and Blue Abomination. Watto, it's Memnol! We're back! Get a bevy, settle in. It's gods! That's the opening line of the Emberlyn novel. Get a bevy, it's gods.
He slowly turns to Hex and takes a step forward. And Hex is just like literally slack-jawed, just like, goes, little one, I envy you. Born with the blood of dragons already in your veins. Such potential. And then she looks back at Sharsu. Says, would you like me to summon the god you serve?
Yeah. Dorches makes a good point. Maybe we shouldn't push him. Like. But. And yeah, Hex has dragon blood. Little kobold. Feckin' yo.
It's gold.
It's a kobold. It's got a little bit of dragon in him. And AR, I've boosted Baron. So hopefully that's better.
Oh, sorry. I can also speak up. I'm talking quiet. Sharsu, like, almost like shakily nods. And she goes, so be it. And she looks back at you and says, you have your orders. And then, although you cannot see her eyes because they're shrouded behind her veil, you get this wave of like sadness wash over you as she looks at Sharsu.
Oh no.
She unfurls her wings and like steps back into darkness, and you're left alone in the chamber for a moment. And Sharsu's just looking around just in absolute awe. And he like reaches down and like touches the stone that he's sitting on to like see if it's real.
Well, you will have to explain to me the significance of this place when we are done. Because whether I was made here or whether this is where I was first summoned, this is where my memories begin. And Hex, you're doing great, little buddy. You're allowed to talk to her. You're allowed to talk to her.
Without you realizing it, you suddenly slowly become aware of like a presence in the room. And you look up and you notice one of the massive figures that's sitting in like the shadow on the massive stone chairs at the edge of the room. There is occupied. It's directly in front of you. They're in shadow at the moment, but you're just like, you don't even notice them appear. You're just slowly seep into your consciousness that they're there. You can, through the shadow, you can vaguely tell they're wearing like deep blue robes. They have their arms resting on like the armrests, and in the one hand there's a massive tome. You can vaguely tell her hair is like white and is currently like up in like a very elaborate like bun. Almost pale blue skin. And you get this weird sense, even though you cannot fully see her, she seems incredibly young, but at the same time ancient.
Being uncharacteristically quiet, Emblyn gives a very, very polite bow.
Darcy, upon noticing this person, again goes even more wide-eyed somehow. And like head on floor bows. The figure stands up, and again, they're like 100 stories tall or something. And as they take steps towards you, they begin shrinking down to a more like reasonable height until they are roughly where the Queen of Embers was standing. She just has this air of calm and like she knows everything that is happening, but will not tell you anything. She is gorgeous in the way that a deity is, and also terrifying because, as you know, she is literally the first god. And she looks at Sharsu. Hex, not you. She says, "You are a problem, aren't you?"
Is she looking at me or looking at Sharsu?
She's looking at you.
Yes. In my defense, I don't seek to be a problem. I seem to do it almost naturally.
There. I was told you requested to speak to me. Do not normally honor requests, but seemed like a special occasion.
Thank you. It was a selfish request that I made, but it was not myself that I wanted to... Though it is lovely to meet you. It's lovely to meet you. This... Oh god, what would I describe him as? Not a gentleman. I would be... This individual here has dedicated themselves to you their whole life, and I have been lucky enough to meet, well, now you, but also your kind, your brethren. And I felt that, I don't know, that it was somehow unfair that one such as this, who had dedicated their life to you, wouldn't get the opportunity like this. And so I made a selfish request of my queen that he be allowed to meet you.
Because I think that is quite the opposite of selfish. You are doing to do well by your friend. She turns to him and says, "Sharsu Ironside, stand." He looks up again, just awe, and like actually stands.
Sorry, the music it kicked in. I was like, do not make this a fight encounter. We will lose.
Sharsu, your past was modeled before you came to me. Problematic. But you renounced your old ways, and you served me for a time. And then you turned. So henceforth, I dub thee Oathbreaker. And she snaps at her fingers, and his shell cracks.
No!
You may be doing what you think is right, but you have not followed your oath to me. You are no longer mine.
No!
She turns and looks at you and says, I know this was not your intent, but this was happening eventually. Now be gone. And snaps her fingers again, and you're back in the hotel.
Fuck!
Garsu just falls to his knees and is just white. Just like devastated. He doesn't even know how to comprehend what just happened. And you look, and yeah, his shell has this massive crackdown.
Okay, Albus, fuck off. I was trying to do good. Albus is like, well, that went well. Kisa, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Oh. I mean, we're devastated for them. Like, what do we even say? We finally got him an audience with his deity, and it was so much worse. Fuck. I'm just gonna gently lead him to the bed to sit down. Like, what can we even say? And yeah, Moose, you're right. The Queen was trying to spare him from that. Fuck. Aldous, why are you like this? There's like, so I hear in the market for a new patron. We know a bunch of gods. Yeah, Clank, guess that band-aid's been ripped off. And yeah, so like, has the crack in his shell hurt him? So Lucifer was asking, is the crack in the shell hurt him? Or is it just like a scar? Like,
it's more of like a scar. Like, you don't see like exposed flesh or anything, but there's a very clear like crack down his shell. You go to like try and lead him to the bed, and he just like, not like harshly, but just like pushes your hand away, and then just I'm gonna go for a walk, and goes to leave.
Okay. Yeah, Moose, he's in no condition to talk, like now, but I'm gonna look at Hex. How is Hex doing?
Hex is in awe and is like very clearly concerned for Sharsu, but also having a little existential moment.
Just met a couple gods.
And Hex actually like looks down at like their hands and is like back up at you, and then back down at their hands, and then like over to Sharsu, who's like leaving, and then just back down at their hands and stares at their hands for a moment.
Well, I'm gonna let Shalsu go get some air. I'm not gonna pressure him, and to Hex, I'm just gonna be like, well, that is not what I wanted to happen, but you did great. And apparently my queen thinks very highly of you, which it makes me very happy. I'm trying to reassure Hex, but clearly I'm just like I'm devastated of what I've just unleashed on Chelsea. Like, if we just left it alone, we could have just gone and got the fucking wolf people, or the dog boys, or bloody dogs of war. Oh, but I wanted to do something nice. Oh, fuck off,
So
Moose.
I'm gonna side with Lucifer here. God damn it, Moose. A hexistential crisis.
Fuck
Really.
you, Moose. Ray's like, nope, sorry, they're dog boys now. Let's go see the dog lads.
After a moment of staring at their hands, Hex looks up and goes, I understand now. Why you drink so much? And stands up and goes and rings the bell. And a little guinea pig shows up, and Hex is like, two very strong drink. Very strong drink. And shuffles in their pouch and like puts a little silver in their like service cup thing.
I love the idea of like Emberlyn having this internal emotional crisis because they tried to do something good with a little power. I say little power. Like they have access to the gods like no one else, and they tried to use that power to do good, and they just broke a person physically and emotionally. And Hex is going through the existential crisis of having met two gods in the space of an evening. But we're drinking in the guinea pig bar, so it's like this cat cam of adorable spectral guinea pigs going by as both of them are in this like this somber state of reflection as tiny weep 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 guinea pigs keep bringing them drinks. I need that to be the thing.
Hex does this and goes, wait, hold on, and then looks back and he goes, did you want a drink too?
Yes.
Okay, 4 drinks. and puts an extra silver in for you, and the guinea pig leaves.
So Wraith with met God, now I drink. The Hex story. And I do think Wraith is right that the subtitle for season 2 is Grab a Bevy, Settle In, It's Gods. Memnol season 2. Oh. But yeah, I feel fucking bad. I'm so sorry. I thought we were doing a good thing. Fuck. Four drinks, 1 each and 2 for the sword. Let's not get the mimic drunk. That's how we get barred from the guinea pig hotel.
Sorry, whoops, mimic drunk is such a specific campaign. I want to run that.
That's going in the list, right? Oh god, it's a team of 4 mimics on a piss up. That's the one shot.
If you're unaware, and so tiny Skyrim spoiler for anybody that hasn't played Skyrim, there's a really hidden quest where you get drunk with like the town drunk, and you wake up and have to figure out what the fuck happened. And I want to run a campaign where you wake up the next day and someone's like, yeah, you got a mimic drunk. And you have to like deal with the repercussions of that.
I'm in. Okay. So I don't think we're gonna do anything else tonight other than drink and feel really, really fucking bad for what just happened. Like, you know, well obviously we're not gonna leave without Shasu, but like he needs time to process. I feel so fucking bad. Oh, and the Queen even tried to warn us.
Your drinks show up. Hex just like grabs the 2 and just like downs the one and puts it back on the thing, and then like starts sipping the other one and like sits down in front of the fire.
I'm gonna copy. Sorry, because Asari just missed. So we got Chaosu an audience with the goddess of wisdom, which is the goddess he follows, because I wanted him to meet his god, because we get to meet ours all the time. Like, we've been awake. Okay, sorry. Our character has been conscious of themselves for like what, 2 weeks now?
I think it's like 2.5, give or take.
Yeah, 2.5 weeks.
Also, she is the goddess of knowledge, not wisdom. But...
Oh, sorry, yeah, goddess of knowledge. My apologies. And we've gotten to meet, you know, our god multiple times. We've gotten to meet, you know, the goddess of storms. We got to meet death. That was a thing. And we just hung out with the goddess of war. And so poor Chaosu was having this like theological crisis every 5 minutes, because we'd just kind of go a bit glassy-eyed and come back and be like, okay, so I've spoken to the gods again. And he was like, God damn it. So I was like, oh, we'll help him out. He got to meet the goddess of knowledge. And it turns out that he broke some oath that he made either to her or in her name. And that's not... It's one of those things. It's like drinking all the booze and not replacing it. Like, it's fine if no one comes home, but you know what? I can't even think of a good analogy. I'm too busy feeling very guilty right now.
So, you take your 2 drinks, and Hex has just like sat back down in front of the fire and is just like, after just chugging the one drink, is now just sipping the other one.
Compliment Cap, you can't become an atheist when you hang out with gods. I deny that you exist. Well, I'm right fucking here and I'm talking to you, so... Ark's like, was the oath, I promise not to talk to you. Hex shall be the Pope of the Church of Embers.
So yeah, Hex is having a moment. Sharshu's off having a very different moment.
Yep.
What do you do?
Friends, I don't think there's anything else to be doing other than, drinking and feeling guilty. Copying Hex's example, I'm just gonna chug the first tankard down. God. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit with Hex. Not gonna say anything, not gonna explain, just keep him company. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
So you sit there in silence for a moment, just like both occasionally sipping your drinks.
Sorry, I'm getting heckled by chat.
Yeah.
Just a normal Will weekend. Wow. I mean, you're not wrong, but wow.
And then Hex, after a very long silence, goes, I've never been told I had potential before.
Aww. Well, I saw it in you from the first day we met, Hex.
And they turn to look at you and goes, I am called Hex because I've only brought bad luck. And God just told me I have potential.
Yeah.
And also the blood of dragons.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with that.
Well, it means everybody who told you that you were bad luck, they were wrong. You get to think about that. Moose, fuck off.
I think you probably just like finish your drinks, and then eventually like.
Actually, there was something the crew mentioned that I want to throw in, and I was like,
Oh, go for it.
like, I've always known you as Hex for as long as, and to me that's never meant bad or wrong or cursed or jinxed or what have you. It's just Hex as Hex. But you could choose a new name for yourself. Thank you for the 100 bit. You could choose a name that you want. You tiny little dragon. You want a creature of misfortune, and you want a curse upon us. My God sees something great in you, and that ain't nothing. Just think about it.
I think Hex just kind of stares into the fire and like has a deep think.
Yeah. I'm not gonna push him any further because, as fuck you, Moose, he was having literally a hexistential crisis. Oh, Dorcas, no! Sorry, Dorcas with Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, Errand Boy of the Gods, and Destroyer of Friends' Lives. No, I didn't mean to! So yeah, I don't plan on doing anything else other than keeping Hex company for the evening. That's it. Like,
But I think eventually Hex finishes their drinks and then like just crawls into bed and like passes out.
yeah, I will attempt to do the same.
Right. Yeah, you eventually. It takes you a while because, but eventually you do manage to fall asleep.
That's the guilt talking.
Next morning you awaken. Sharsu's not back.
Fuck.
Ark of the Conclave with my god's better than your god.
And my god has better spells. And my god doesn't like hanging out with your god because your god smells.
Ugh.
Oh, okay, we should try and find Chaosu if we can before we set off to find the Dogs of War. So we'll head down. We can't stay in the Guinea Pig Hotel. We can't bring misery into a place of joy. Dolchus was saying earlier that you've managed to turn the Guinea Pig Hotel into a place of happiness, into a place of sadness, and that's a mark of a very good DM. But this place is too pure. We must leave. So we head down to the big spectral guinea pig to pay our bill.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 5 silver for the night. You turn in your key to the spectral guinea pig at the front desk. Praised with, we have left a stain upon the house of guinea pig.
We have. I just wanted to do something nice. All right, so right, having paid to tab and standing outside, the week's end. I just turned
The week's repose.
the week's repose. Sorry, my apologies. The week's repose. Like, okay, Hex, you know this area much better than me. We got to find Chaosu before we move on. Can you?
So I'm gonna stop you there.
Oh.
You step out the door, and Sharsu is sitting on like not on the stoop, but like leaned up against the building. And there is an empty bottle next to him.
Hey, buddy.
And he's just like staring into the middle distance.
Do you want to come with us to find some wolf boys?
He kind of shrugs and is like, I guess. I don't know what else I should do at this point.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna take Asari's Asari's suggestion, and just in a weirdly uncharacteristic moment for Emberlyn, just the sheer like the guilt and the sadness. Emberlyn just kind of just runs over and gives him a big old hug, and Emberlyn's damn near distraught. Just, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, he kind of like half-heartedly hugs you back. Goes, I know that's not what you meant to do. This is my own doing. I brought this upon myself. Let's go find some dogs of war. And like stands up.
Okay. But I reserve the right to call them wolf boys.
He gives a very half-hearted chuckle, and then it's like, sure.
Yeah. Oh, and Lucifer, I don't think he's a hugger at all. It was just like, dude, it's that moment where you don't know what else to do. And so, okay. Let's get some street meat. Let's get some street meat on the way.
He goes like, oh, There's a car over there. It's doing real good.
Sounds like a
Shit.
good idea. Yeah. Street meat,
Um,
street meat, street meat. I like the idea that after that emotional, all the voices in Emberlin's head are like, okay, cool, but we need breakfast.
Yeah. So yeah, you go and Hex leads you to a cart that is serving meat of questionable origin. But it smells fantastic. Like they don't. It doesn't even say what it is on like the sign of like prices and stuff. It just says like meat wrap.
Meat wrap, meat on stick, meat in bread.
Meat on rice. Like they don't tell you what it is. Just which side would you like with your meat? How would you like your meat delivered?
One meat on a stick for me, please.
Meat wrap. And Sharsu orders like meat on rice. And like, yeah, it's really tasty, but also you can't tell what it is, and that's very concerning.
No. This is not. Sorry. Thank you for the 100 bits. It's not cake time. This is meat time. This is time for the meat.
So yeah, mark down like 2 copper for meat on stick.
Oh God. Sorry, just Bacon telling me the road to the 9 hells is paved with good intentions. Yeah. Wow. I'm gonna feel legit bad about this. Okay. So food acquired. I have a little. Even though the noise isn't coming from the pendant, I keep listening to it like you would a shell. I keep being like, all right, let's have a listen. And we begin to follow the path.
All right. Can I get you to roll an investigation check with advantage?
Shit, yeah, you can. So that's 2. Oh, wait. I can do it off the character sheet, can't I?
Do you know your investigation?
I don't. Never mind. All right, so roll 2d20. Boof. Oh, wow. A 19 and a 16. Where the fuck was this? When I need to see things.
Yeah. So let's see what your actual investigation is. I mean, 19's high enough, but I'm just curious. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you like you hold it up and you start to hear the whispers. And you also like almost see this every time you try and focus on it, it disappears, but you swear you keep seeing like wisp of smoke in a direction.
Okay.
And you start following it and you start making your way through the chambers. Again, it's hectic as hell in here. Like everyone's on a mission. They've got places to be, they've got a job, they're going to do the job. And so you're having to like weed your way through all of the crowds and
yeah. Sorry. If you weren't there for the last episode, so the way Baron described this town in the Red Isles is it's very much an industrial town. Like everybody's going somewhere, everybody's busy as. There's very little like faffing about.
Yeah, everyone's got a job and they're damned if they're not gonna do it. And so yeah, you start making your way through the crowds and through the island. You eventually make your way, like you're walking for quite a while. And you were initially at like the back of, if again this is a giant fossilized skull that is an island. You were at kind of like the back of the skull. You start making your way towards like the nose, and eventually it leads you like down like some alleys, and you start getting into like you start seeing less and less people, and you start seeing some more like recreational seems like the wrong term, but like recovery part of the district.
Okay.
Like this is where like hot baths are, and like these people work hard, but they need to also maintain their bodies. So there's like this part of the town is where you go to like recover and like rest a little bit and
work hard, play hard.
Not even necessarily play hard, just like you occasionally after digging a trench for 4 hours, you need to like soak in a bath for a bit.
Understandable.
Yeah. And so you start like making your way down these aisles and you start seeing like less and less people, and like Hex's for a while has this look of like, oh yes, like this place and like that place, and then like then you're like, oh, like Hex isn't actually very familiar with this area at all. Darcy was just kind of following out of rote at this point. And you start you get to the point where you stop seeing people, and eventually, the sound and like the smoke that you can't quite focus on seems to go into a door that's unmarked. It doesn't even seem like it's necessarily a building. It's this door that's carved into the side of like a hill.
Okay.
It's just someone dug a tunnel, slapped a door on it, and like doesn't seem like it's a house or like a residency. It's not a business. It's just a door.
So
I think that's a good place to take a tiny break.
Okay, go for
I
it.
have to pee. So
So
yeah.
Yeah, no, go for it. I was just going to mention, Wraith pointed out that the list of my sins while streaming continues. That first is like, remember when you killed Baron the dog? Remember when you got the famous killed in XCOM 2? And now, remember when you got Shasu discommunicated? This is worse. This isn't like discommunication. He didn't get told, you're not good enough to be in the church. The deity he followed, like the being he looked up to and dedicated his life to, went, oh, you done goofed. Oh, Kisa, why would you bring up the penguin? It's fine. I'm raising penguins in Subnautica to make up for it. God, I can't wait to play more Subnautica. Sorry. Torches, don't, and then the cow. Okay, yes, I did accidentally beat a cow to death. Oh fuck, Moose, you're not wrong. Yeah, if at this point he could become a Death Knight, like it would be a turtle Death Knight. Actually, cat sounds kind of rad. All right, breaking my hand wasn't one of my great on-camera sins. That was off-camera, and it was me being a dingus. And yes, okay, sorry, I did shoot the penguin in the face in depth, but like I said, I'm raising penguins in Subnautica Below Zero, so that'll make up for it, you know. Just like, and you blew up Santa Claus. All right, he had it coming. Okay, Moose, you make a good point. I did stream for a week without getting my hand checked. Just thinking about it's making my hand feel weird. Oh. But, in my defense, I did beat one of the Elder Dragons in fucking Monster Hunter with a broken hand. I'm kind of proud of that. For those of you that weren't there, after I broke my hand, but before I got it sorted, I insisted it was just dislocated, so I was icing it a lot. So I'm there, hand resting on an ice pack while I'm playing sideways. And Kisa just wanted to put in a friendly reminder that you can make NPCs for memory equals null, and they can be found in the pin tabs. So if you want your character to go through emotional devastation via deities, sign up today! And I'm going to take my teeny tiny break as well, Baron, before we crack into the door.
Hi, chat. How's it going? How are y'all? You hurt my son. I made him to help you. It's always fun just emotionally breaking your friends on a casual Saturday. It's always fun to traumatize Bill. Like, I mean, it's not hard, but it's always fun. I'm sorry, does anybody ever... I just saw the thing that I'm assuming either a mod or automod purged. Does anybody ever actually click those links? Because, like, honestly, I don't know anyone who's like, yeah, I want big follows. This seems legit. Who the fuck clicks that? That's like howtogetmalware.com. I'm looking through. I'm prepping NPCs, so I'm sorry if I'm not actually reading. www.howtogetmalware.lol.biz. I'm actually very excited for getting the League of DMs to make this spreadsheet not awful, because the way that Google exports these forms is almost unreadable. Which is a shame, but
Hello. Sorry, I was mildly distracted by Battlestar Snackalactica. Okay. So in front of us, a great big door.
yes. Oh, I just realized I haven't eaten today. I should probably do that at some point. It's fine. I'm only 4 beers in. We're
It's
fine.
fine. So back on standard Emberlin shenanigans, I want to put the amulet to my ear and pretend like it's talking and be like, okay. You think it's in there? The amulet thinks it's in there. What's that amulet? You think we should try knocking on the door to see if anyone's in there? And maybe the Wolfie boys will say hello. The amulet thinks we should knock on the door. Okay, yeah. No, I'll ask him. Yeah, I'll ask him. Okay. The amulet says hello. Right. Looking around the edge of this big door, I take one hand and just give it like a bam, bam, bam. And wait.
Can you roll a perception check for me as you look around the edge of the door?
It would have been 8.
Yeah.
I accidentally rolled with advantage.
You're fine. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you look around the edge of the door. Again, it's this weird just like the door is recessed like 6 inches or so into the wall of this corridor that you're down, and then no discernible markings. It's just a wood door in decent condition. It seems old, but it's not in disrepair. You sit there for a moment and wait. Then after a moment, the door opens a little bit, and a head pops out from behind it, and it's let's grab a random NPC here.
I can't wait to disappoint them as well. Yeah, knocks on the door, it explodes, the island sinks, the end. That would be my bloody luck.
Let's see.
Yeah, in Draconic, it's got, I prepared explosive runes this morning, carved in the side.
Oh, here we go. We'll do. Sorry, commenting before I forget who this is. Yeah, there's a dragonborn. Pretty tall, 6'8".
Yep.
From what you can see of them, green scales, several scarves wrapped around their neck, and kind of pulled up over their mouth a bit. They go, yes.
Does this mean anything to you? And I just show him the amulet.
They shut the door for a second, and you hear some like whispers behind the door. And then they open the door and they look. They look like left. They look right.
All right. I
And then they
squad
hold it
up.
out like stop. Are they with you?
Yeah.
Okay. And then yeah, like steps aside and opens the door and lets you in. You enter and there's a long corridor. Again, it's very roughly hewn through like this cliff thing. And eventually it opens up into like a big common area. There's a couple of random like corridors around the outside, but there's like tables, people sitting around talking, and more or less just like they don't any of them seem to be doing anything. They're just like sitting around talking, and a couple of them are drinking. There's like one dude in a corner eating. Can I get you to roll another perception check?
Yeah, I can't wait to biff this one up. Oh, 19! Fuck it! For some reason now I'm paying loads of attention.
You get this whiff of like somewhere in here. Like the whole island kind of has this kind of sulfury smell, but somewhere in here you smell like hot iron, and you hear the very faint like clanging of somebody like working a forge.
Okay.
And the person did not follow you in. They're just like they let you in and then let you go on your way. They like as you step in, eventually they come into the room and like go and join on the table, but like no instructions, not like, ah yes, no, you were here for the thing. They're just like, yep, cool.
Kind of looking around. No one seems to be paying us any mind.
There's a couple of people eyeing you, but nobody's like addressing you like, ah yes, you're the person with the pen. Like no, like they just let you in.
Looking at Chelsea and Hex like, well, I guess we've got to find whoever's in charge here.
So there's 4 or 5 other hallways, and yeah, there's I don't know, maybe a dozen tables, and there's 20 or so people in here.
Could I have worked out which direction the banging was coming from?
Yeah, it's so like going clockwise, it's like the second hallway.
Okay. With the strange assurity of someone who looks like they've been there before, despite the fact that we haven't, I walk in that direction. With the manner of someone holding a clipboard, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, just I am supposed to be here. As someone who's done that and actually gone in somewhere they're not supposed to be, works really well.
It's amazing what you can do with a clipboard.
It's so weird. Like, give me a pole and a clipboard, and you get into most places. So you start making your way down there. Sharsu and Hex are just following along. Hex is kind of... Sharsu's just kind of listless.
He had a day yesterday.
Yeah. So you make your way down this this hallway, and it starts spiraling down. There's a couple of branching hallways that go off it, but you're following the sound of like the forge, I assume. And you notice as you're going through here, both everyone in that upper area and a couple people that you pass in the hall,
Yeah.
they're almost entirely like the more beefy races. Like it's like half orcs and like particularly tall and like muscular tabaxi and like some Goliaths, and like it's all like real big beefy races for the most part.
Okay.
Like, there's a couple like humans and like the odd elf, a couple of tieflings, but like everyone here seems like real ripped, and like you do not want to start a fight in here. Eventually you come to kind of the end of this long like downward spiral. Like you're a couple hundred feet underground at this point.
Okay. Yeah, chunk squad.
And you like the further down you get, it starts getting warmer and warmer, and you start like sweating a bit, and you just get the smell of hot iron and like coals, and eventually you round the corner and enter into this a fairly large chamber, and there's several forges going, and there's numerous people working on forges. there's one person like shouting orders, and ironically, it's a gnome.
It's always a gnome.
There's like all of these like you can see a couple full blown orcs in here, like hammering away at weapons and like armor and stuff. And there's a gnome like shouting orders. And you ever seen like a pack of dogs, like huge dogs, and there's like the chihuahua that's in charge?
Yeah, it's that.
It's that. It's literally just like this tiny little person that like they say a thing and everyone's like, yes, okay, yep, doing the thing. And like they go and do it instantly because the gnome said so, and they genuinely fear this gnome.
Okay, first question, is the gnome ripped as well?
They seem like they're in pretty decent shape. It's a little hard to tell, but
Beef gnome. It's a little beef roll.
yeah.
Wraith being like, you don't want to start a fight in here. And I took that personally. We're not starting a fight in here. So, walking over to the gnome with an assurity, but not the full smugness. I'll wait for them to finish barking orders at the others.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce this name. Compliment Cap, you need to make names that are pronounceable.
His name is now Jeff. He is Jeff the gnome.
No, it's So, sorry. My apologies. This is a fem gnome.
Still could be.
I honestly, I was reading the line above. So yeah, fem gnome, like 3'3",
Please
young,
correct.
bright red hair, braided in a ponytail, dark brown clothing. She's got several pouches on her like belt. Just barking orders at various people, and eventually like seems to settle into like, okay, like everyone's doing what they're supposed to be doing. Can you do one more perception check for me?
Absolutely. Well, watch me biff this one. No, 10? It's pretty shy.
Perception plus that. Okay. You actually notice most of these forges, they're not making weapons. Almost all of them are making armor.
Okay.
Like you see them like forging out like big like plates and like a lot of chainmail, a lot of scale mail, like various large pieces of armor.
So having waited for them to finish with their orders, it's like
they've dipped into their one of the pouches and they pull out like a little like teaspoon of like candied ginger and like eat it.
You look like a person in charge.
She turns and looks at you. She's like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Emberlyn Burns, a herald of the Queen of Embers, and apparently errand boy of the gods.
Just kind of raises an eyebrow at you. Again, who the fuck are you, and why are you in my forge?
Well, everyone upstairs seemed to be completely listless, and the reason why I'm here, I show her the amulet. I'm merely a messenger. I was trying to find whoever's in charge here.
She looks at the amulet, like, and you didn't think this was possible. Somehow her eyebrow goes even higher. All right, speak a piece.
Got a message from what's her full title? Is she the goddess of war, right?
She is Silic, the Herald of Pain.
Silic. I come with a message from Silic, and I figured I'll have to say this multiple times.
No, so you say that, and everyone stops. Like the forge goes silent, and everyone looks at you.
Yeah. So I guess it's a good news for people in your profession. But perhaps we should call everybody together to talk this through so I don't have to tell everyone 8 times. Probably going to have to
kind of,
anyway.
I kind of like raised lines. Oh, now I've got your attention.
Now you're listening.
She goes, right. And she just like snaps her fingers and doesn't even look, just points at someone and goes, "Sound the horn, hall now." And the person like runs off. And yeah, you hear after a moment, because she's just staring at you, like sizing you up. After a moment, you hear this deep, like somehow even lower than a tuba, like horn sound. Yeah. That just resonates through all of these caverns, and everyone just starts like making their way up to back to the main hall.
Okay, I guess I'll follow with. Also, Wraith, I was really tempted to say that, but I'm trying not to be a massive slam chode, because we don't have beef with them. Just sometimes it's nice to flex a little.
So they all start making their way, and she extends her hand and says, "Deladine morsel gnaw." Bill?
Peebles. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go.
It might take a
Shoot
couple of
for a
seconds to
second,
get back. I just had full internet fuckery right there.
It happens.
Yeah, so we'll give it a couple moments. I'll pop over to here. People might need to do a refresh if they can't see us. Yeah, so we're coming through again. Yeah. If you can't see us, refresh the page! Alright. We'll give a couple seconds. Although it was bizarre because it was just as you were about to say the gnome's name, as they were introducing themselves, and it just went...
Yeah, no, I said it, and then I thought you were just thinking for a second, and realized you were completely still. I went, oh, okay. That's Discord or internet or whatever froze.
Yep. Yeah, so just a quick BRB while people refresh.
So I'm gonna break immersion for a second, real quick.
Go for it.
Where's my camera? Let's go say I need to appreciate the colors on this. This one. So the sheath is like it fades.
Ooh, that's fucking cool.
Yeah, and also there's actually a D20 on the other side. Yeah, the handle like opens up.
And that's where the rum is hidden.
I mean, I wish, but yeah, like little cat mice.
Yeah.
Probably can't see those, but
oh, actually, Dorcas, it's not that Baron's turned. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. It's not that Baron had turned off black and white. It's that he turned on the color filter. So.
Yeah, it's a patch I can do occasionally. It only lasts for a while, but my monochrome disease makes this happen a lot.
Yeah.
So
happens to the best of us. Okie dokie Lokis. Alright, we are back. Sorry, you were saying.
So she extends her hand, and introduces herself as Deladine Morselnaw.
Lovely to meet you, Deladine. As I said, I'm Emberlin. And yes, I apparently am troublemaker and errand of the gods these days. Said with such a flat tone of phrase, in the same way that one might describe themselves as a book salesman. You know, I'm just an errand of the gods, apparently.
Yeah. So, like, everyone from the Forge except for you and her and Hex and Sharsu have left. And she, like, pulls down her shirt just a little bit. And you can see she actually has a, like, it almost looks like a birthmark that is the same symbol that is in the pendant.
Ah, that must be her mark. Yes?
It is a mark. Let's go doing the others, and we'll see what you have to say. So you make your way back up to like kind of the first hall you were in. she barks a couple of orders on the way up, and like when she's in the hall, and a couple people. One of them is like, check outside, make sure nobody's like eavesdropping, and somebody goes out and like checks. When he comes back and gives her like the thumbs up.
Also, friends, what was it specifically she told us to say? I mean, like word for word, because I know she said to prepare, and that the war with the lower lords is to begin soon. But I forget what her exact wording was because I'm a terrible host. Just while you're setting the scene, Baron, I was just like, I'm trying to remember.
Fun. So yeah, everyone like. Most people are at tables, but there's a couple people, like, there's enough people in this place. There's actually a lot more than you realized. They're, like, lining the outside of the hall, just standing and, like, leaning against the wall, like, arms crossed, waiting.
Okay. So, finding, I guess one of the tables to do us as a makeshift stage. I'm going to hop on up there.
Actually, so before you do that, she actually
okay.
jumps up on one of the tables and is like...
It's not my idea.
Well, I mean, she's short, so she needs to, so people can see her. Just, right? We have someone who claims to have a message for us. Give you, I believe it was Emberlyn Burns? And just, like, gestures at you.
Yeah. Hello! Afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the interruption, but I have a feeling you're going to want to hear this. My name is Emberlyn Burns. I'm the Herald of the Queen of Embers, and if you've been looking up at the sky, you'll probably know who that is. I have been, I don't want to say lucky, but I have a message which is going to sound a little preposterous, but I believe you will understand. Wraith looks at the palm of smudged hand notes. It's like, oh god, yeah. Dorcas, help me out here. Dorcas. Where's the community notes? Ah,
I'm not gonna help you here.
fuck. Why are you like this? Dorcas is working on it. Okay, no. Let's take it. I don't want to be a slam show. So okay. I'm Emberlyn Burns, the Queen of Embers, if you've looked up, same thing. I have been asked to deliver to you a message. If you're wondering how I managed to find you, it is the very thing that got me in here. I show them the amulet. This was given to me personally by Selic. Is it Selic? I'm so bad. I was given this so that I might find you and may deliver this message. Don't just help me out here. I can only stall for so much. It's like when you have a run-on conversation while you're making time to try and remember the thing you're meant to say.
Yep. Something tech lore.
something bad times. I'm dying on stage here. Help me out.
What's that family guy? Something dark side.
Something
completed.
Ah. Oh no! This is like it's 3 a.m. You're trying to implore your brain to remember something.
Yeah.
Look, I'm at a 10, and they have a 5 working management here, so I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna teach you how to be more No.
Oh, that reminds me. There's a new Mythic Quest I haven't watched yet.
Oh, it's very good. Okay. I'm just gonna wing it. I was given this by, I believe, your deity, by Silic. Oh, God darn it, compliment cap. I mean, I understand it's no worry. What was it, the Prophet of Pain? No.
Herald of Pain.
Herald of Pain. The Herald of Pain. There is a war coming. The war that I believe has been spoken of before. Herald of Pain, Goddess of War. Okay, thank you, Wraith. The battle with the lower lords will begin soon. And I was tasked merely to come here and tell you all to prepare.
There's a ripple of like murmuring, and a sudden it started out as like, oh, like, you know, something's coming on, there's like an announcement, whatever, and then like you say that and this like somber energy just emanates from everyone, just like, oh fuck.
Now, I don't know much. I don't know much more than this. I was merely tasked to deliver this message to you. I'm happy to answer as many questions as I can. Hi. I've died on stage here. Fuck.
I think still kind of tipsy Shorsu just
starts golf clapping me. Hamsternator. HR representative of the god, Emberlyn Burns, how are you?
and yeah, then like everyone kind of gives Shorsu a dirty look. And he just goes back to like and then yeah, the gnome like looks at it and goes, I think like most of us didn't think this would be in my time, but here we are. Ramp up production. She points to someone and goes, get the priest. It's time. Let's go. And then everyone just like scatters. Just like everyone clearly has their marching orders and just like goes to their jobs. And she looks at you and goes, I would be curious to hear how you came by that and how you were told to deliver that message.
If you've got time, I'm happy to tell you. Actually, and I take the amulet I've been flashing around and I offer it to her. I was given this to show, essentially, that I'm not just some random idiot screaming about the heavens. But this is from... I mean, I don't know, do you serve her as a deity? Is she your ward, your keeper, your charge? I don't know. But either way, this was given to me by her, and I feel you should have it. So I offer it over. But be warned, it's very cold.
Yeah, so she, like, reaches towards it and, like, does that kind of hesitant, like, doesn't quite want to, isn't sure what to think. It's like if you were finally at the end of your long quest that you've been going for your entire life, like somebody just hands it to you. You're just like, and she finally takes it from you, and you see like all the blood vessels in her arm just like pulse, and like it almost feels like it like gives her power. And unlike you, were, and every time you hold it, it's like, ah, this is cold. Ow, ow, ow. She just like grabs onto it and like clutches it. And she closes her eyes for a minute and takes a very deep breath and goes, about fucking time. And like looks at it for a minute and like turns it over in her hand. And then like just keeps like closing her fist around it, like making sure it's real. I'm just like, all right, come with me. And hops down off the table and leads you down one of the other hallways.
Almus is it's a +3 amulet of Swole, which is why she can use it and we can't. And yeah, Almus, I am a random idiot, but still. To prove I'm not a random idiot. Well, that may also be true, but that's not the case in this instance.
Yeah, she leads you down a hallway for a while, into what seems like a bunch of like, I mean, you see a couple doors open. It's like quarters. It's like there's rooms with like bunks and whatever. And eventually she leads you into like a room that is a little nicer than the rest of the ones you've seen. It's like a fireplace going. In the corner, there's like they've tapped into like one of the hot springs. So there's a little hot spring over there.
Ooh, very nice.
And like I mean, for a gnome, it's like a king size bed, but it's gnome sized.
King gnome, if you
and-
will.
And she's got like a little desk, and like there's just tons of books that are all open, and scrolls and like various bits of armor like scattered around.
Okay.
It seems like she's been like developing like various armors for things. Can I get you to do another perception check for me?
Yes, you can. 15. What is up with these rolls? Where would these when I get the shit kicked out of me by owlbears?
So as you're noticing all of these things, like this is really bizarre armor. It's not normal armor.
Okay.
It seems like it's very specifically being like engineered for like high range of motion and for things much larger than anyone you've seen. And like on a rack or on like a table in the corner, there's like a set of armor that looks kind of her size, but like 2 or 3 sizes too big.
Okay.
She goes around to the other side of her desk and like sits down and like gestures at you to take a seat. There's like 2 chairs. Sharasu just like stands at the door basically, but Hex very happily like jumps in and like sits down. Like, oh, this is nice. And she.
Yeah. Sorry, people have theories, and I'm curious to see where this is going. So yeah, she gestures for us to sit down. So obviously, you know, we've done the hard part now. So I'm happy to just sit and at it.
She kind of like sizes you up for a minute and goes, "You have no idea what's going on, do you?"
Not a clue. I mean, I understand of the threat of the underlords, and I've spoken with a few deities now, so I know that
Raises her eyebrow again.
I know the stakes are no joke, but yeah, I haven't the foggiest. If I'm being perfectly honest.
Sorry, Raises, done the hard part. We say knowing that a war is coming.
Details.
She, at this point, she's almost just seems amused. He takes a couple deep breaths. Goes, well, you're not one of us. That's for damn sure.
Oh yes, the lower lords. Sorry, Georges. Thank you.
Because we are locally termed the dogs of war, but we are forced due to certain stigmas about us, forced to hide who we are. We are various forms of infected with lycanthropy. Werewolf, werebear. Take it where there's one of us in all of this. And when the time comes, we are to fight the demons that will spill force because of the Great War.
About to say, well, actually, a friend of mine is a were-blink dog, if you can believe that. But
Got a couple of those.
I'm sorry, before we get down to brass tacks, I have to ask, what's the strangest amongst you of the wares?
you roll a persuasion check for me?
Is it just a d20?
Yeah.
Come on, please. I don't ask much of you, dice gods, but this is fun. No. It's a fucking 3!
She goes, I think there's more pressing things at hand.
No, you're right. Sorry. It's were-lobster, isn't it? Sorry. Okay. So, as I said, I am the Herald of the Queen of Embers. I either came into being or sort of woke up about 2 weeks ago. Initially charged with trundling around the Isles, informing people of my queen's coming, etc., etc. But it seems that the deities have taken a special liking to me, Emberlyn says, with more than a hint of sarcasm. And we've been able to commune with a few of them. It's not always been good.
Let's out the saltiest laugh.
I'm still sorry. But it seems to be that...
Torches with, we're cold. They get smaller.
Everyone's just chanting, "Where crab, where crab, where crab." The house rule used to be that wares have to be predator creatures, so you can't be a were guinea pig. But you probably couldn't be a were capybara, but you could be a were otter. Or
technically predators.
Yeah. And I don't know if you could be a were mimic. That would be awkward. On a full moon, you just turn into a chest. Fake. Okay.
What is this new feature?
If one person starts a chant, everyone should just click a button to join in. So now everyone just, "Where guinea pig? Where guinea pig?"
There's a feature I was not aware of.
And Moose is like, if I have these powers, I'm going to abuse them for shenanigans. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Wow, I completely lost my train of thought after Were Guinea Pig. Okay. So we've had dealings with the deities, as they seem to consider me a very, very easy to talk to individual. I don't know if this is because of how I was made, or what happened to me, or if they just like messing with me, as some of them very do. But whilst we were visiting the Red Isles on an unrelated excursion, we're with the Golden Key. Wait, the Golden Key is the Golden Key. Sorry, that is the organization, isn't it? I'm not going. The Golden Wake.
Golden Wake.
Sorry, we're with the Golden Wake, and after very successfully defeating 2 owlbears and not getting the absolute hot poo kicked out of us, your deity... Sorry, thank you for the 100 bits. God. I keep looking nervously over at the bit total. The nerves are real. And yes, after a conflict with some owlbears, well, Selic? God, I keep getting these names wrong. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Appeared before me, and she was a vision. A sword that looked almost unwieldy, and a shield that could stop a gargantuan boat. She found me vaguely amusing, in that way that I think people looking at small birds might. But what she informed me was that the conflict with the lower lords was to begin, and that either the coming of my queen or the actions that brought her into being have basically sparked what will become the conflict with the lower lords. And I guess that's why I got tasked with coming to find you, because I guess it's partially my fault? Anyway. That's where I'm coming from. So aside from being and let me get this right, a secret order of military badass were creatures, what else is going on down here, if you don't mind my asking?
Like in general, or just like? I mean, for the most part, we're hiding from the Azotho because they seem to hate us for no reason, even though we don't attack them. We don't attack other people if we can help it, and they just hate that we exist.
I was a tiefling in Thirandrith, so I can absolutely sympathize.
He kind of like nods and like, yeah, we exist and they hate us. We very specifically have trained to control our affliction, but we can weaponize it.
Thus, the style and cadence of your armor.
Yes. We, I don't know, we've been training. We try to keep to ourselves and hide in the shadows. We just try to exist. We have sing-alongs on Thursdays.
So, is your order dedicated to a deity, or did she send me to just find I'm going to be perfectly honest, a group of awesome hidden warriors? Like, I'm trying to be professional here, but you do understand how awesome you are conceptually, right?
I mean, I know personally that I'm awesome. Can't say the same about everybody else.
Okay.
Not all people afflicted with our disease have, and she like again shows the like symbol. Some of us seem to be chosen. Not sure why, but we eventually find each other or see each other out, and then this is not the only one of our bastions. We have others. We will send word to the others that the war is coming and they need to step up.
Indeed. Your god didn't provide any meeting point or any start date. I guess this is the sounding of the horn. Also, as a quick aside, that face was Wraith saying, "These are the psychic ninja space babies of season 2, and you are right, and this is fucking awesome! Hidden badass warriors. So fucking cool!" Sorry. And Moose, I have considered that, but I'm saving that for a special occasion.
As well, I'm assuming since she gave you a medallion and not a mark, you are not one of us.
Oh shit, we were nearly a were-lobster! Fuck! She didn't mean the mark as in the mark of the deity. We would have had fucking werewolf powers. Shit! Or were-lobster. I can now lift 15 times my size. I have built-in armor and claws. Let's fucking go. Oh well. You win some, you lose some, friends. Sorry. But after she mentions the mark, Emberlyn goes, "That's what she meant!" To no one in particular.
Yes. Well, if you are simply the messenger, I suppose your task is done.
I suppose so.
I would ask that you keep our order secret, because again, secret order, but I suppose you can be on your way.
I can. Is there any way I could contact you again in case the powers above decide to use me as another errand? As another message. A messenger? God, sorry, I butchered that sentence. Is there a way I can contact you in case I have to pass on more messages?
She is still holding like the medallion that you gave her, and she kind of looks at it and goes, Because this was given by the goddess herself, I very much want to keep it, but I believe it was meant for you. And she like sets it on her desk and like slides it over to you. And that would help you find, we'll call them the local chapter, wherever you happen to be.
I really want her to have the medallion, though. I tell you what, and I slide the medallion back. We have a slight advantage, and we can operate far more publicly. We're of the Golden Wake, and even though I can't seem to find the bloody local house for love nor money, it does make it easy to find us. So, if we have need of, in the event that we have another message, I'm trying to think of friends, I'm trying to think of a clever way that we can use the Golden Wake. Like maybe we can put up a certain poster for a certain job if we need to contact them. Oh yeah, Wraith, it turns out the local guild hall is literally across the street. And Bishop, Watto, indeed it's D&D time, so come on in. I'll catch you up next break. Alright, friends. God, I'm just trying to think of something that no one else would ever ask for. So, like, wear guinea pig as the coded message. Friends needed for crab rave. Okay, it's either... Alright, either wear guinea pig or crab rave. You decide. Yeah, because Wraith, they can contact us real easy. Jaws and Claws bar party. Ha! I like crab rave. Were guinea pig. I don't even want to joke about the idea of hunting a were guinea pig.
A giant rabid guinea pig rampaging through the land.
Like a capybara the size of a hippo.
Oh god.
It would be so cuddly though.
They have to constantly gnaw on things to keep the teeth down.
Yep. Okay, yeah, so I slide the amulet back. This is because this is something precious from your god, and I believe it belongs here with her people. I know, and I kind of flash my own amulet of my deity. I know these things are important. So I tell you what, if you need to contact us, merely leave a message for Emberlyn at the Golden Wake. They're real good about getting messages round, so you'll be able to find us. And if we have another message for you, and Emberlyn pauses and thinks for a second. I tell you what, keep an eye on the Golden Wake. We'll put up a job advert for a crab rave. If you see that, that means we need to meet.
He just raises one eyebrow very slowly, just...
Crab rave. Don't judge me, it's the only...
I guess?
That way you can continue to move and the amulet can stay where it belongs.
Fair enough. I appreciate it. And she looks at the amulet for a moment before reaching out and taking it again, and then it's a very long pause before she takes it and puts it on. And you see her kind of shudder as she puts it on.
Sorry, Crab Rave, please bring Rangoon. And Crab Rave, lots of glow sticks, no whistles. Why do I feel like glow sticks would be really easy to get in the Dungeons and Dragons universe? I don't know why.
I mean, it's just a tiny light cantrip in a file. I mean, yeah, light as a cantrip. Just you bring a stick and there's somebody at the door being like, light, 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 light.
Oh god, wizard raves must be off the chain. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. So yeah, so standing, I extend my hand just in a just a legit polite manner. No snark. And so yeah, sorry, extending my hand. It's like, so, well, I'll assume that you lot have a lot to get done, so we'll get out from underfoot.
She extends her hand and shakes yours, and just. I mean, I didn't think this would be in my lifetime, but I'm excited.
Well, I can tell you what, your deity is certainly very, very excited that this is happening.
Well, I will let you get about your other god business. I believe I have business of my own to conduct.
Indeed. Right, Chasu, Hex, I suppose we should head back to the wake.
So you get up and start to leave, and she stands and goes over and kind of looks into the fire, and as you're leaving, you like turn and look back at her, and you just get this very brief vision of the god of war standing beside her and like putting her hand on her shoulder.
Ah.
Just like close the door, make your way out.
Yeah, but okay, Dorcas, this time I'm gonna bloody find it.
So you exit the nondescript door. What you're gonna try and find the golden wake in this particular area?
I am, yes.
All right, please roll me an investigation check.
Come on, don't leave me on the street. 16. Yes!
All right, you're finally you managed to catch somebody who's got the time of day to give you directions in the street, and yeah, they're like, oh yeah, no, it's over on like 4th Street or whatever, and like point you in the rough direction, and like once you're there, it takes you a little bit, but you find it. So it takes you like 20-30 minutes to find it. And yeah, like you on up, you like flash your medallion, and you're ushered on in. This is it's much smaller than the other 2 golden wakes that you've been in. But it's more just like everything here has to either be carved out or built up out of this incredibly rocky terrain.
Yeah.
And it's much, much warmer in here. Like, despite being at a higher point in the world, so it tends to be a little bit colder, like the Red Isles themselves tend to be very, very warm because of all of the like natural steam geysers and stuff.
Okay.
And the Golden Wake is no exception. So it's like you walk in and because of all the people in here and like there are like hot baths and shit. It's just like it's warm and humid in here and almost like borderline difficult to breathe. But yeah, it's like it's bustling and everyone's, getting missions, rounding up parties to go on hunts. There's a big bar. You are able to get Sharsu and Hex in because they're with me. And yeah, like it's bustling. There's a couple of parties that are clearly like have just come back from hunts and are like celebrating. And yeah, it's like music going. It's pretty lively in here.
Okay. Sorry, thank you for the 100 bits. We shouldn't need authentication for the crab rave. The idea is I wanted to think of something that was so ridiculous that no one would ever take the job. Like, crab rave pays nothing. So someone would look at it and go, that's either a typo or it's a feckin' trap, so fuck that. But the Dogs of War would see it and be like, now is the time to talk.
Yeah.
God, we can't be the only people that use that as well.
So yeah, you like turn in your old contract that you have completed. Yeah. Like, it's completed this contract, so they have it like on file that like this contract is closed and nobody else needs to go to it.
So turning to Hex and Xiaosu. So first to Hex. So Hex, well, unless something else happens, we're gonna spend the day here. All right. So Hex, if you've got anybody you want to go see or talk to, anything that you want to do, or anyone you want to catch up with, now is the time to do it. All right. Just make sure you get some street meats for Toothy. All right.
Hex just kind of looks into the. No, I'm good.
Okay. And then Xiaosu, I'm like, Xiaosu, maybe some time in the hot springs might not be a bad idea.
He nods and goes, "You're not wrong."
I feel like this might be the last time for a long time we get to stop and breathe. And I'm still so sorry, friend. You definitely need some time to breathe.
I'm gonna go get a bottle and figure out where the hot springs are.
Okay.
He makes his way
Okay.
towards the bar.
Right. So I guess this is where I get to sit down and talk with you lot, because we're basically so Hex, I'm like, Hex, if you wanna go to the hot springs as well, you're more than welcome. I think Xiaosu might want to be on his own, but you can go. Like, we got time. Like, kick up your little feeties, take a breather.
Hex thinks for a moment and goes, I'm going to run an errand. I'll be
Okay.
back in a bit.
Okay.
And like, they scamper off.
Sorry, friends. I just had this mental image because everyone's screaming, Hot Springs episode! Yeah, this is the fan service episode where you get to see a mostly naked Chaosu. But I just had this mental image of Hex in the water up to his nose making bubbles, and then Toothy being like this axe, but with two little tendrils just kind of swimming along the water. And I don't know why. That is the funniest shit I have thought of. Tanari Wow, Watto, friend. Because what I want to do, friends, is I actually want to sit down with you lot and just kind of like take stock of like where we are, what's happened, and like what we should be like planning or working towards just for a little bit. So just like, 10, 20 minutes
Also-
that we can... Sorry, go on.
No, sorry, Lucifer's not right. Well, at least now you can tag it as a hot spring stream in Twitch.
I'll just put like a great big, like a paddling pool in the middle. Be fine. Yeah, and Moose, I think you're right. We should talk to Chaosu about this because he's just had his faith broken. We don't know what the oath was that he broke. So we should definitely try and help him through this. Because, I mean, the advantage is that if he's a person of faith, we could find him a new god. Like, he's in a very unique position. Like, the Queen of Embers would absolutely accept him, you know what I mean? Well, okay, we don't know that for sure, but I'd put in a good word. Because I want to try and make it right. But the other things I want to start thinking about is like, alright. So we know. Okay. So how I want you to imagine this, friends, is if it's alright with you, Baron. So we're gonna head over to the bar area, just find like a little stall. Order like just a cup of tea or something to start with. And so we're basically thinking out loud while making notes in our little book. Because there's a few little points, like, okay, I read it out at the beginning of the shows, because this is the actual physical tome that Baron gave us when we started this campaign. It's feckin' cool. But there's one line in this, which the Goddess of War mentioned as well, which is, the choice is what defines us. So this whole, like, almost like Oath of the Fire at the beginning, I thought was just something specifically from the Queen of Embers, but what if the choice is what defines us has a much far-reaching consequence? AR was saying, what about the God of Revenge? Do we know the full pantheon yet?
Yeah, you've had people explain Pantheon. If you would like, I can read off the deities.
Would you mind?
So there's Orifel, the Magus of Shields, who you just met. She's
Yep.
the goddess of knowledge. There's Diala, the Empress of Healing. She's the goddess of life, who you have not met. Katib, Chariot of the Sun, God of Light. Amon, Warden of Trees, God of Nature. Alphos, Keeper of the Sea, who you've met.
Yeah,
Goddess of
she
Tempests.
is not okay in the noggin.
Dalpha, Lady of Trickery, Goddess of Trickery.
We've probably met her and we don't know it.
Hmm?
She was probably there with the bloody owlbears.
Silic, the Herald of Pain, who is the Goddess of War, who you again just met.
Yeah.
And Jaffa, the Vanguard of Woe. You also at least know of a couple of the Nazil, the lower lords, the like demon lords.
Yeah, because we encountered their effects at the beginning.
Yeah. There's Morek, the Lord of Darkness, Turret, the Lord of Pain, Foradrin, the Lord of Treason, are the main like three. And you've gotten at least hints that Morek is out of the picture to some extent, whether he's incapacitated or like dead. I don't think you've really necessarily gotten to.
Okay.
Something's up with the lower lords, and those are the main three that you know of. Yeah.
Because
And then obviously
getting some more knowledge on what we're going to be going up against might not be a bad shout, friends.
and then obviously you have the Queen of Embers. So
yeah, Kisa says, I think we've only heard the title. Okay.
yeah, I mean the lower lords are one of those like if you ask around, people know of them, but like unless you're serving them, you don't know a ton about them. You just kind of know like they're bad, they're demons, kind of bad. You get hints of their. It's mostly like songs and like bards sing of like them causing things, and that's where you hear like the Lord of Treason. Like,
and
people use both their actual name and their title kind of interchangeably.
Okay. And the last we met at the very beginning, the very first episode, who was partially turned to stone, was hers because she made a deal with them, or because they just wanted to fuck with someone? I'm more casting my mind back.
She had tried to make a deal with one of the lower lords. She was very close-lipped about it. Actually, you only ever talked to her sister, not her.
Oh, yeah.
She tried to make some deal with one of the lower lords, and as a result, got cursed. So you kind of got the sense it was one of those like make a deal with a djinn, and like it's never what you asked for, monkey's paw kind of thing.
Indeed.
So.
So Dorcas is pointing out, Dorcas's current theory is that the Queen of Embers killed Morek, which does make sense because Adram did say her plan was to capture or kill him to gain favor with the dragon. So she might have succeeded, and that might have been the power needed to elevate her up to deity level. Oh God, Dorcas, that's horrifying. That's horrifying. God, if that were the case, I don't think I'd want to know. Sorry, Dorcas put forward a scary theory, which is that the Queen captured Morek and erased his memory. What if Emberlin is Morek? Huh? Yep, that's a bad time. Clank with Lord of Treason. Wow. Did Moose just slip you that one? But yeah, so I'm trying to think like what we should be focusing on towards next. Like, we could just bang out a couple of missions with the Golden Wake and continue to let the mischief and trouble of this world find us. But my gamer brain says, let's learn about the lords. I don't know how we could go researching them without getting ourselves into serious shit, because the last time anyone mentioned the lords was in Ferandrith, which is now under very religious control. I mean, to Gemma, we might... I mean, it's a wizard city, and wizards are all full of knowledge and shit, so we might be able to head there. Like, I don't think... I mean, maybe there's a grand library on the Red Isles, but this doesn't strike me as the kind of place with grand reading literature. To Gemma does. So that might be our next stop.
Dejima also does have, like, they're primarily arcane-based magic. Like, you know this because you're there. But there are also, like, they recognize that divine magic is still some kind of magic. So, like, there are priests there, and there's, like, they're acknowledged and, like, respected, but they're not, like, in control.
Yeah. And I feel like the practical approach to, like, magic and the divine is better for our style of research, rather than being like, hey, priests who kill anybody that even looks like a demon, what can you tell me about demons? Why are you beating me to death with a stick? You know? So Moo said, for all we know, that place is under control of an order of Oathbreakers. Yeah, so was that what they were referred to as a group? Was it just Chaosu that was called an Oathbreaker? And Wraith was asking, is there anything we can do for Chaosu right now? I don't think right now. I think we made the right call in just giving him some space. Before we actually have to sit down and be like, all right, buddy, what happened? Can we make it better? Again, we're in a unique position that comparable to the other people of this world. With a bit of meditation and some focus, we can fast dial the deities. Which is a power we should absolutely not abuse. Even if I kind of want to. Beep, 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 beep. Did you just prank call me? No, but also yes.
Did you just prank call the goddess of treachery? Or trickery?
Okay,
Like,
anytime we have really terrible rolls, I am going to start blaming her. Because, like, we went to a town and couldn't find the fecking guild house. I reckon that was her just turning us around in alleys and... Oh, okay, so Compliment Cat thinks that Shasu's order considers themselves to be fulfilling their oaths, but he left them. So that is why he's considered Oathbreaker, even though he did it for the right reasons. So that's interesting. Keys is like, you be nice to the god of tricks. She toys with your rolls. She bloody does. And Moose makes a good point that the goddess of trickery would probably appreciate like a good prank call, you know? Yeah, every time you spot something funny and roll a 4, that's a Dalfa.
like in Black Art Club, who's the
Laughs last.
prankster god? Last, yeah. Like the last good joke, they're gonna appreciate it. They might also fuck with you, but they're gonna appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry for that. Sorry for that wibble there, friends. We had a slight little... The internet has been better, but occasionally, like right now, it has a little wibble. So it's just being a crumb bum. We might have to ask... let me know when you can hear me again, good Baron.
I've been away all the time.
Okay. Sorry, just Dorch's pointing out, Dalva does not like you talking about her. Yeah, apparently she can even mess with the bloody internet. Cheeky bad word. But yeah, so friends, if any of you have any like questions about the story so far, about what we're up to, now is the time to ask. Like I said, I want you to imagine Emberlyn sitting in the bar of the guild hall with a proper good cuppa, just making notes and just thinking it all through. Because we've been pretty much moving constantly, God, since we picked up Chaosu. So now's not a terrible time to, I don't know, stop and think.
Well, while you think, I'm gonna grab another beer. So.
Yes. I'm all thinking out loud. Baron!
Sneaky heel.
He did that so I couldn't say thank you to him directly. And Baron healing himself for 500 points. Hidden. But joke's on him. I'm going to say nice things when he comes back. Boo 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 boo! Air horn, air horn, air horn. Baron, thank you for the 500 bits, you fucking ledge. Oh wow, the internet is absolutely shitting the bed over here. What is happening? So I tell you what, friendos, if you want to go grab yourself a cup of tea, or if you want to get an additional bevy or snack or something, now is the time, because I'll keep nattering on, and hopefully this sorts itself over here. Like, we're not losing connection, it's just bitrate's just dropping down and coming back up again. So, yeah. It's been intermittently grumpy at us.
So Wraith brings up a very interesting point. Now that we have more were friends, when you think about what to do with your friend from episode 1, who were Hunt's werefolk. Actually, you've met 2 people who are part of that order.
Yeah.
And one of them also is now a were person.
Yeah. I don't know what we're going to do about them. Yeah, Hardlam was the hunter dude. Hopefully...
And actually, Mila was also a hunter, but she got afflicted before and didn't realize it before she got trapped on the island.
Okay, so that's interesting. The thing I was going to suggest was that when we get back to Gemma, we have a talk with Glassjaw and work out, like, potentially how to weaponize the guild if shit really goes down. Because, like, the guild comprises of a lot of very powerful people, like, very powerful fighters. And if we could get the guild on side when shit goes down, I think that would be a big win. Even if some of those, like, were-hunters end up fighting side by side again with were-folk. You know, we'll keep them in separate battalions, it'll be fine. I mean, in effect, we don't even know what this battle would turn into. This is a mostly submerged world, so it's not going to be like a big pitched fight and across the slopes of Mount Doom. What would an attack by the lower lords even look like?
Maybe look into any knowledge about demons and how to fight them.
Yeah. There's the book that we need. An Encyclopedia of Demons and How to Kick Their Ass.
Encyclopedia of Demonology.
Moo says we should probably figure out if that order figures if they're serving gods. Oh, do you mean the were-hunters? Yeah, because there might be some gods at odds, if you will. Demonic invasion for dummies, right? Well, yeah, and Kisa, if it's just going to be like a huge maw opens to swallow the world, that's a different kind of fight. Oh, okay, so Colin Cat raises another really interesting point that there might be places in this world considered taboo that we haven't gone to where we might be able to get access to more. We know the poles are dragon homes with things kind of mostly melted, so I take it people just don't go up there. Hellish rebukes and how to handle them.
Also, I had to scroll back up to find it, but Dorcas brought up an interesting point about you got the part in your tome about Tainlu, where like that was someone's next stop, and you're not entirely sure where that is.
That's a really good point. That's one of the things in Draconic, right?
Yep.
Which we don't.
Actually, I think that was the thing that I read off to you that is I meant to write in your book and then never did. But yeah, you had a note in there that like...
Yes, I have found one. We must
Oh, yeah.
descend back once more to that hateful place. At dawn, we set out for Tainlu. Okay, so that's a place we can research at. Sorry, that's the message. Actually, if you don't have it already, I'll just pop a thing in the Dice and Yet More Dice channel, because it's faster than trying to write it out for you. Boop. God, I love technology.
Yeah.
But we need to
It's
find out
actually
what...
genuinely fascinating to me that like in modern like 5th edition D&D, it's like, oh yes, and then if you want a copy of like a character sheet, go to this website.
Right. The one that makes me so happy is we live in the age of character creation, like online. No longer must I do a long division to work out my D&D character.
I do kind of miss that a little bit. Like, part of me really misses like IRL D&D and like actually filling out paper sheets.
And yeah, Wraith, you can absolutely put it into the Google Doc. Yeah, I think we should do a little research into Tyloo before we head there, because it might be like the Castle of Demon Fuckery. Or it could be the Island of Candy and Puppies and Kittens, and we just spend
Okay, but is it demons fucking with things, or is it the Castle of Demons fucking?
It's demonic, so the answer is just a general yes.
Yeah.
Keith's just fuckery. Right. So yeah, that's my thought. That I don't know if you want to do this as kind of like okay, we don't know what's going to happen. What I would suggest is that for Emberlyn, Hex, and Chaosu's day off, that they get to kind of have a. Whilst we're here, like working through notes and stuff, they get to have their day, and then we can chat with Chaosu on the boat over. Alnus is saying this sounds like an Oglaf skit. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Wraith, is we let the two of them just have a day. I can't think of anything else that we want to do on the Red Isles, but stop me if there's something I've forgotten. Because, like, we could take a mission, we could hunt a creature, but honestly, like, I feel like Faffermancy now is going to bite us on the ass later. Oh, we could have been a were creature. What have we even been aware of? Such a dingus. No, in fairness, it would have given us that goddess mark, and, you know, the Queen of Embers might have taken that one a little personally. As Wraith says, we were aware of nothing. Aware, Wally. No. Kisa, no. Kisa, no. Actually, knowing you lot, it probably would have been a bloody were shark. Okay.
I mean, the islands or the world's mostly water. Like, that would have been helpful.
This is why we fly above the water, not on it. Okay. So yeah, so Baron, that's what I'd like to suggest. That having spent a good few hours in the bar, just kind of like making notes and planning out our things. Yeah, Moose, I think we will ask the Queen next time. And we should probably talk to her about her ex, which we didn't get a chance to talk about before. Mainly because I didn't see your message when you wrote it, Moose. And I should have. That's me being a terrible host. Yeah, so Baron, that's what I'm suggesting. That this is kind of... The rest of this in-game day is kind of Emberlyn, Hex, and Chaosu's day off. Even though Chaosu's day is probably going to be spent in booze bath, working through bad fields.
Or she's just having a shower beer all day.
God, that sounds fucking glorious.
Yeah, I think you're sitting there and you're like, you finish your tea, and you probably like order a drink, and then like the bar starts to like somebody kind of drunkenly starts singing a song that everyone in the bar knows, and suddenly the entire bar is just like singing along to this song. And you just like kind of sit there and appreciate like the camaraderie and like looking around, you're like, all of these people are fucking badasses. But they're all just sharing in this like mode of singing this silly song about like a sailor who fell in love with a fish. Like,
it was a very good looking fish.
It was just this stupid, silly song, and like everyone's got their own verse of it, and like people are like doing the stomp clap to like keep the beat, and like there's the main chorus that everyone knows, and each person keeps like stepping up on a table and singing their verse that they probably wrote of it or that their family wrote of it. And it's just one of those like everyone knows some version of this song, and you're appreciating this. And eventually like Hex shows back up after running the little errand that they did, And after a while, like you,
During this, before Hex shows up, I'd like to roll performance to see if we have any talent in singing and if we join in.
all right, yeah, go for it. Roll, I think performance. Yeah, performance is actually a song.
1d20. 5. Fuck.
So you get up and you belt out something really off key, but everyone's having like. You're not the first, and you won't be the last person that has 0 singing talent. But everyone's still just like, yeah, oh, that wasn't great, but all right, spirit was there. Okay, next person, please, for fuck's sake.
Okay, we
Hex
learned.
eventually shows.
We learned that Emblyn can't sing, but more importantly, that nobody cared that Emblyn couldn't sing.
Yeah. Hex eventually shows back up, seeming.
Sorry, it just did it. Alnus has named the tune, which is "The Ballad of the Unnervingly Sexy Fish." You almost got a spit take, Alnus. You almost got a spit take out of Baron.
Sexy fish do 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 sexy fish do.
We are grown-ups.
Consummate professionals.
Professionals.
Hex eventually shows back up and seems very proud of themselves.
Okay.
And like orders a drink and like, again, in keeping with Hex's thing, the largest piece of meat that they have, and consumes all of it at a disturbing rate.
I am so proud of that little one. J-Post just got back to sexy fish.
Eventually, you get a room, like the room for the 3 of you. You don't even know where Sharsu is, but you like ask the waitstaff to like, yeah, there's a turtle, iron shell, crack in it, like he's in a bath somewhere. Tell him our room number.
Yeah.
Eventually, you all turn in for the night. Sharsu shows up very much later, very loudly because he is very drunk and stumbles into the room. And again, he's a turtle with an iron shell, so he makes a lot of noise. And eventually collapses in one of the beds. Thankfully, not on top of Hex.
Oh god. And that was the Ballad of Hex.
And like you hear him fall into the bed, and the bed just like creak and crack a little bit under his weight.
I love the idea
probably
that
like 400 pounds.
Yeah, I love the idea that all the beds in the guild house are like super fortified for exactly that reason.
Yeah. Part of the like room service after people leave is like, all right, cool, like change the sheets, like refresh the toilet paper, make sure the bed's not broken.
Because of the heavy weight of some of the races that stay there, I don't know where you're all going in your minds.
Also, yes.
Sorry, yes, you were saying.
So yeah, you awaken the next morning. Sharsu is a little harder to rouse as he has a bit of a hangover. But eventually you all get up and so yeah, you go down, have a bit of breakfast. Sharsu has a moment of moon might be haunted.
It might be haunted.
No, we're okay. We're okay. But please turn down the sound and the light. And why does everything hurt?
I'll see what I can do.
So yeah, you're all sitting around eating breakfast, and Sharsu's probably having something to help ease the pain.
Oh, right. I clap my hands and then immediately kind of look at them and go, sorry for the loud noise in front of Sharsu.
Yeah, Sharsu goes, it's fine, just please stop.
So, aside from drinking yesterday, I have come up with a plan. Emblyn kind of unfolds the notebook to one side next to breakfast. So, I want us to head back to Tejema, thank you. It's because I read it and then I get it wrong because I've read it.
Yep.
I'd like us to head back to Tejema. I feel that we are woefully underinformed as to what is apparently something we're already embroiled in. So, like, I don't know diddly squat about the lower lords. I don't know how they do battle. I don't know what they might bring upon us. And if we end up smack dab in the middle of this fight, I'd like to be informed.
Sharsu finishes chugging the last of like the ale they've given him. Fun fact, think I've talked to one once. That was fun. Terrifying, fun.
I mean, do tell. This is what happened.
Oh, it was before I was part of the order, and yeah, like without getting too into details, talked with the person that claimed they were one, and like they offered me some kind of deal. I refused because I'm sorry, if you're a shadowy voice with red eyes that's offering me the world, it's too good to be true. So I turned it down.
Oh,
Just turned it down.
but hanging out with a loud person with red skin is a great life choice.
I mean, I'm not gonna base my reflection on somebody with. It's more that it was like fiery eyes in the dark. That seemed a little more menacing than red twinks.
Sir, you were saying.
I don't know. Again, it was the before times before I joined the order, and they offered me some enticing things, and I thankfully turned them down. Shortly thereafter, I ended up becoming part of the Paladin Order, and now I'm not. So that's
That is interesting. When I first, well, not long after I first, we'll say, let's go with Awoken. I encountered an individual that had attempted to make a deal with the lower lords, and I don't know the specifics, but they were suffering from a brutal form of slow petrification. Thankfully, we got it cured with some snake venom or something, but
you think.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure she's fine.
You got them the venom, and you hope it worked. You didn't actually know.
Well, on the plus side, the sister is now an only child, and they have the most impressive rock garden in all of the Isle.
It's so lifelike. I swear I can hear it screaming internally.
But yes, so we've seen the effects of the lower lords, but like other than that, it seems to be everyone despises them or is petrified of them, but no one seems to know. Yeah, no one seems to know, and that's what we need to do. We need to know. I figure Tajero is going to be the ideal place because they have a very studious approach to the arcane and to the deities. So I'm hoping we can do a spot of research. But also, and Emblem begins flicking through the pages again to find the last one. I was looking through my book, and alongside a series of notes in Draconis, I was reminded of this passage I found at the back. And it seems to be a note from someone that says, "I have found one. We must descend back once more to that hateful place." And I quote, "At dawn, we set out for Tainlu." Spelt Tainlu, and I show it to Chaosu. I don't know where that is, or what that is, but considering the serendipity of the things written in this book, our conversations with the gods, and how everything seems to follow us around like trouble, I assume we'll end up in that direction. So I want to know it. I want to discover it. There's Will talking bollocks there. So, I would rather know what this isle is before we go hurtling into it head first.
That was rolling to see if either Charcy or Hex knew of Tainlu. They do not. I feel like Charcy's like, yeah, I don't know what Tainlu is. Maybe it's a town. Maybe it's, I don't know, could be a tavern for all I know. Like
Exactly. It could be a large drink shared by multiple people.
something. I've been around a fair bit. I do not recognize Tainlu as a place.
Okay. Well, I think that's our best course of action. We'll take the boat out today, make a beeline for Tajema, and then after that, who knows?
Magic Google.
Google.
We haven't come up with like magic steampunk Google.
Majugal.
That's a great word.
We did spend a lot of time in season 1 spoogling things.
Yeah.
Magipedia. Ah! A descent into a hateful place. Twitter.
That place that is dead but still lives on. MySpace.
The land between lands. The GeoCities.
The place that was once horny and now is dead.
Tumblr. Okay, Clank went for the same. Friends. I think we are all hanging out together too much, and we need to see other people. We have hive humor.
Oh, poor Tumblr.
But yeah, so I think that is our goal to head to the boat after breakfast, and Lucifer, no, we're not bringing GoDaddy into this.
It's such horny commercials, and I'm always okay with it.
I mean, its naming convention is very different depending on one's preclusivities. And Com's too tired to have a filter. That's fine.
Yeah, so you settle up. I mean, again, the meals at the guild are fairly cheap, but you still have to pay for them.
Yeah.
So it's like 3 copper.
Okay.
For like breakfast. The rooms are actually comped as part of your like guild fees.
Nice. Oh yeah, guild fees, which we have totally paid.
Well, presumably it's one of those like yearly. You like pay like a thing yearly, or they like take it as a percentage of your jobs.
Yeah. Also,
it's one of those like you opt into one of the two.
Also, Pepsi Dash. Nice. Yeah, I believe it is.
Did they do laundry? No. Maybe.
Wraith, are you trying to work out whether or not we can get the guild to do our laundry? Sorry, Baron, you were saying.
Yeah, you can like you settle up, you make your way to your boat, you shove off and you start heading back to Gemma. You make putting noises the entire way.
Friends, do we want to talk to Chao Su about what's going on with him on the way, or do we want to just leave it and talk to him like in the evening at Gemma? Sorry, it's like, do they have health coverage for some jobs? I mean, healers and health potions.
So yeah, I think on the way, Sharsu like makes a pit stop and into like ye old liquor store, and comes back out with just like a crate of liquor.
It's his money. And sorry, Immortal Len, I apologize if I didn't explain Memnol. So essentially, yeah, it's me and all of you lot taking Emberlyn Burns on this adventure. Each season of Memnol, we start with a blank character, and a character with no memory of who they were or what they were. And it's just, we get dropped into a world, go. Because I like being able to talk to all you lot, and I love playing D&D and tabletop stuff, so Baron found a way that we could combine these things. But I'll tell you that story 8 times before the show is over. Sorry, Baron, please continue. Chao Su's got a crate of booze.
Yeah. So you go to the ship, and like you're barely on board before Chao-Su like cracks open a bottle of basically moonshine.
Something potent.
Like he cracks it open and you can smell it, even though he's at the bow and you're at the stern.
Guess it's wafting back. Yeah.
I want 1 sip of that and nothing more, because that'll be enough.
So Dawn just said, Chelsea, that's not going to help. Lucifer's like, listen, he's got vacation days. I mean, he's a fighting turtle on a boat. There's not a lot for him to do. But yeah,
you
so
start making your way back to Tajima. It takes like, I think I said like 3 days, give or take, to get there. If you would like to talk to Sharsu, he's gonna be drunk. Just warning you now. He's gonna be drunk whenever you talk to him. He's just perpetua drunk at this point.
you know what? I'm going to let him drink a bit. Hey!
Smash those dice.
Smash him right in the gabber. Orzine, thank you for... How many months is that? 17, you fecking legend. Thank you. Yeah, it's Memnon on a Saturday! How are you? You know what, I think let's give Sharsu some time to keep drink processing. But I think we'll try and catch him in the morning. During research time. See if we can just find out what's going on in his very turtly noggin. Oh, Orzine's about to hit the tabletop RPGs themselves. Well, roll well, have fun, and may your 20s be more frequent than mine.
Also, I just realized something weirdly specific.
Okay.
So again, I showed you at the very beginning of this, completely unrelated.
Okay.
I showed you earlier. I have this magic, not magic. This nice like metal D20 coin. It's a 1 in a 20. It is literally exactly the size of my tattoo.
Okay, that's cool as fuck.
As I drop. But yeah, I just was fucking with it. Like, wait a minute, that's like literally exactly the same size.
Yeah.
Not intentional. I got the tattoo before I got the coin, so.
And Clank, I feel so much for Sharsu. I feel so bad.
Yeah, I think as you're like going back, you end up hitting like a storm, and Hex like goes back into the cabin while you're like sitting there like goggles down, like going through the storm, and Sharsu's just sitting at the bow of the boat, just like rain hitting him, drinking. He doesn't care.
Yeah, that strikes
I
me.
might turn off less happy music at this point, but
Yeah, Wraith's saying you managed to manifest your tattoo into a physical form.
yeah, you after 3 days make your way back to Gemma.
Okay.
And again, you like approach the like blue dome with the hole in the center and the tower, and you get ushered in by like a gnome on a weird little like Segway crystal that leads you onto a dock. Yeah, like you dock and you go through all the like paperwork involved. Mark down another 2 copper for docking fees.
Roger. Okey-dokey.
Yeah. What would you like to do from here?
Okay. Who do we know in this town? Who do we know who is smart?
I mean, Art of the Knuckle is here.
True.
Gary's Inventorium.
Oh, fuck Gary. Gary's a fraud. He's a charlatan.
I don't think else you know here. Oh, actually, the person that gave you Toothy is here.
Yes, that might not be a
And
bad. That might not be
should
a
probably,
bad person
like,
to talk to him.
Check in and be like, Toothy's doing dope.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna head to Toothy's creator to check on in and see if he can point us in the direction of a good research. All right. We could report into Rowan, and we should definitely end in the guild this evening. Talk to Glassjaw, and just be like, hey. So if someone wanted to hire the guild, all of it, how would that work?
Remember that person's name.
Clank's like, Toothy loves new foster dad. Hex. Both 10 out of 10. Excellent babies. Hex is a beautiful, precious son.
Oh, there we go. It's Roran Elwyn.
Oh yeah, Roran Elwyn. Okay, so we're gonna head to Roran's place.
All right, so yeah, you've been there before, so you can just head there.
Yep.
It's like a 15-minute walk, whatever. You arrived, we'll say, like 10-ish a.m. So like not quite lunchtime. You walk your way there. I assume knock on the door. After a moment, you hear the elevator come down, and they open the door. It's like, oh, hello, yes, you're back. Welcome.
Indeed. We thought we'd show you how Toothy's getting along, and I actually wanted to pick your academic brain, if that's okay.
Oh yes. Come in. I actually hold and runs his hands over the runes so that Toothy can actually come in, because the runes on the door keep mimics in and out.
Yeah.
And so they usher you in, then reinstate the runes, and you get back on the big Dark Soulsian elevator that goes up. Yes, no, I've been desperately curious what you've been doing with Toothy, and you're alive. That's good. You're off, and they hold up their wooden limb. Have all your limbs intact. That's a good sign.
Toothy and Hex seem to be getting on very, very well. Hex has been doing a very good job looking after it.
It does very, very well. I taught Toothy new tricks.
Do you want to show him?
Oh, I haven't shown you yet. And so you get up, and they're like, yes, okay, so they get up to the top, and Toothy holds out Toothy, or Hex holds out Toothy, who is currently an accident, and goes, and very, very proud of this.
Okay, happy little
spear, and Hex or Toothy turns into a spear instantly.
That's fucking cool.
And then Hex goes, what is more? This is what I was doing the other day. And starts moving their hands together and goes, Knuckles! And they turn into fist weapons.
I give a beaming parent applause, just
Oh, so Axe, and goes back to Axe, and then sets it down and goes, Toothy, come! And Toothy flips up, shoots a pseudopod out, flips up into Hex's hand. And Roran's genuinely the fuck? And then frantically looks around and grabs a piece of paper and a quill and starts making notes.
Yeah, I want to take Wraith's line that on the flick and catch, we're just they grow up so fast. Sorry, there's something in my eye.
They squat down and start asking Hex no, what did you do to training to do these things? And starts taking notes. Hex regales took them to see all the various weapons and the whole incentivizing them with little bits of food and their training regimen with them. Yeah, this whole it's just the two of them ignoring you for a while. And meanwhile, you and Sharsu, who again is a little tipsy, just being really nervous in this place that you know is full of mimics.
Yes.
I know for a fact the chandelier is a mimic, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, it could. It's cool. That's just tendrils of death that I can't see above me. So I'm just gonna touch nothing.
Yeah, just no.
Yeah,
just gonna be here. So yeah, they go on for a bit, and eventually they think they get all they can out of Hex. I'm okay, no, that's fascinating. No, this is good. This is very, very good. This is and goes and grabs and he gives both you and Hex 5 gold each.
Oh, nice.
For facilitating the research. It's no, this is very good.
Yeah.
Keep doing this. I want to see fully if we can train these to be sentient, incredibly versatile weapons. Or other things. This is huge. If we could get a mimic big enough, we could have a sentient drawbridge.
A drawbridge that eats invaders?
Yeah.
That's a big sell.
You know how much people will pay for that?
Though, I don't know if Hex regaled you. We did see it eat an owlbear, which is possibly one of the most haunting things I've seen in existence to date. So, I don't know how the aristocracy would feel about such. Wait, is there an aristocracy here? Do you have? You know what? It doesn't even matter. I don't know how the higher ups would feel about that bone crunching maneuver.
They take a very deep sigh and go, "Yeah, you never get used to the way that they eat. I've been working with them for years. You."
Sorry, just comp with the floor plank you're standing on begins nibbling your shoe a little. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they're just like, yeah, you never get used to that.
Somehow that's both haunting and comforting.
Yeah.
So, if you are done with making notes from Toothy, I'd actually like to pick your academic brain. Or at very least, hope you can give us directions to those that might be able to assist us.
Yes, I just want to, if you don't mind, I'm going to weigh Toothy and see.
Oh, yes, no,
And
please.
so, taste Toothy, it's like taking measurements and like weights and stuff while you ask questions.
So, I'll write out and say it. We're looking into the methodology and how to straight up murder, potentially murder, the lower lords. And
that is, there's a lot of research there, not much progress, but I know there are many folks researching that kind of thing because they think, yes, remove the evil, world gets better. No cause, but little pointless in my opinion. I mean, where there's light, there's always dark. I wouldn't put the other in my opinion, but, you know, I'm not going to stop somebody from trying.
When I was, hang on, when I was in Ferandrith, I encountered the after effects of a lower lord's bargain and the horrible effect it had on a person. And it struck me. It struck me recently. I know almost nothing about them, how they operate, how they work, and how one could either ward them off or, yoke them into the sea with great velocity.
Yes. No, that's they do enjoy their deals, their bargains, and they're like marking down notes, and you see a pseudopod like start going towards their face, and just offhandedly they just like smack it, and it like retracts. And they're like, let me think. There was in the market the other day. There was someone I was talking to who was doing research on them. I mean, there's always, you can go to like the Grand Library, but between you and me and the mimics, that library, they keep inventing new organization schemes, and they never finish one before they implement another one. So it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. It's impossible to find anything there. They really need to. They can't keep anybody in charge of it for long enough to implement one organization scheme. So.
Understandable. Also, as a slightly to come out of character a little bit, but friends, I need to start using the between you, me, and the mimics as a turn of phrase in my day-to-day life.
One of my personal go-tos is between you, me, and the CIA.
I know you're listening!
I've also had a friend be between you, me, and Google.
I wish it would pretend like it wasn't listening. Sorry. Yes, I would absolutely love to not spend all day doing battle with whichever form of organizational system they have implemented. So if you know someone who specializes in this, I would love to discuss with them. Just Dorches with the shh, you're supposed to know we're here.
I'm gonna do this one. Sorry, company real quick, so I make sure I make note of. I can type. It goes. Oh, I remember who it was. not gonna like them. They're a rather pompous, haughty individual.
Oh God.
And it genuinely pains me to say this. The name is Duke, quote, the Duke, Duke.
I'm so sorry. Did you say Duke, the Duke, Duke?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Human, I can give you his address.
Of course it's a bloody human. No, nothing else would have a name like that.
He's about a mile that way, give or take. But he's been researching lower lords for a fair number of years. You can't mistake him. Human, male, ostentatiously dressed. Too many enough rings that it's hard for him to hold things.
Oh God.
Just bit of an insufferable ass, if you ask me. That's me. And again, between you, me, and the mimics. But I know for a fact that he's been doing research into the lower lords.
Okay. Well, thank you kindly for your time. We'll be sure to stop in again to check in, show you the progress of Toothy. As you can tell, Hex is very proud.
Yeah, Hex is just like, oh.
Sorry, Dorcas is livid. Dorcas is like, who created this? Who is responsible for this abomination? For Duke the Duke Duke.
That would be honest.
Should have known.
So, GG.
Oh, okay.
So, unless you have any other business with them, they take you down the elevator and let you out.
I do not believe we do. I don't believe we do. Oh.
You're now 5 gold the richer. I should actually mark down that.
I made a note.
Hex has 5 more gold. So, yeah.
So
Do you immediately seek out Duke the Duke Duke?
Dear Baron, I think for the dice rolling proportion of today, I suggest we bring our adventures to a close.
I was gonna roughly.
I hit the wall so hard just a few moments ago.
You're totally fine. I was actually gonna suggest that we more or less wrap. I was just giving when we come back, what is your plan of action?
I mean, friends, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to go see Duke the Duke Duke. Let's get that out of the way.
All right.
Dorches is like, I'm tempted to say no on principle. You know what? That's fair. Can we have a break? No.
All right. So, if we are doing the end of the session, that means we get to do the end of session stuff.
Yay! Da-da-da-da-da-da.
All right. Cool. Did we learn something new and words are hard. Did we learn something new and important about the world or setting?
I think it is safe to say we did. The oncoming war, the dogs of war, Oh wow, how have I gone blank? Also, it's doing that thing where the preview size is still blurry, but when you bring up the zoomed in version, it's still small.
I don't know why it does that. But...
Okay.
Yeah, I think you learned that there's an oncoming war. So I'll give you that one. Did we overcome a notable obstacle?
I don't feel that we did this time, but I mean, we were given the task to find the dogs, but that wasn't so much of a notable. I guess we could have cocked it up sideways.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think you did. Did you gain anything? A new ally, a new magical item, notable wealth, means to achieve a goal.
We did gain a new ally, which is the leader of the Dogs of War.
All right.
Immortal Lens says the obstacle was the guinea pig cafe. God.
Then character. Did you follow your personality trait?
Okay, so let's have a look at our personality traits. So, personality traits. Kind to the kind. Were we kind to those who are good to us? We tried to be with the lizard, but he didn't need anything. So the lizard wizard who wasn't in a blizzard but did have a gizzard.
You were trying to be kind to Sharsu that like you tried to like let him commune with his god. Just didn't go well.
Okay, the intent was kind.
The intent was kind. The outcome, not so much. I will give you that one.
Okay. We
You
still
don't have an ideal yet.
We still don't have an ideal. And friends, if that's something you want to talk about, like, what is Emberlin's ideals? Because, I mean, Emberlin's becoming, not a fanatic per se, but Emberlin's definitely becoming, like, devoted to their deity.
Did you fulfill your bond?
Smiles blazing. I like to think that we did that one. Again, didn't always go so well.
Yeah, I think you went in smiles blazing. Did you act on your flaw?
We did not. We didn't really get crossed too badly by anyone, but we also we didn't torch the Alba corpses after. You know what I mean?
Do you have a goal currently? I forget. I don't think you actually do.
No.
So we need to be better about setting goals. But anyway, so that's 4 so far. And then you collectively get 3 guesses as to stats.
Okay. So, if this is your first time doing a Memnull session with us, this is the point we try and guess what Emberlin is good at. And what usually happens is that I have one blind guess, I feck it up, and then you all get 2 guesses on point. I don't think we should let me guess. I'm happy to brute force one of the ones we were working on last time.
Oh, so Goblin Cats is suggesting for next time, find out what Tinal is.
Oh, yes. Let's, I don't know where the goals are kept on the character sheet.
It's not a normal, thing, so just put it under, I don't know, notes or something. There's not a... Maybe put it on bio, maybe?
This one for bio and info for the D&D one is it's just a big old blank.
Yeah, just throw it somewhere in there. We'll just say, goal, find out what Tinal is.
Okay. So, I remember last time we tried desperately trying to work out what our dexterity was. And we spent an inordinate amount of guesses, of which we did not succeed. Now, Kisa's suggesting Dex 16. Was that one of the ones we threw in? Because, yeah, Raid's saying we have a lot of wrong guesses. Yeah, alternate goal helps Sharsu. I like that.
You can have multiple goals, but you only get XP from one of them per session.
And Com says, do you want to try and find out Emberlin's otherworldly patron? Well, so this is the bit where I'm a little confused as a player, because we know our patron is the Queen of Embers. So when you mean patron mechanically, is that us trying to find out what having the Queen of Embers as our patron gives us? Or is that something that needs to be left mysterious? And Dorcha says, so far for dexterity, we've done 10, 11, 13, 15. So, you know what? I don't think 16 is a bad idea. I mean, it's quite high for dexterity, but, I think our failure stats are definitely going to be strength. And Wraith says if we want to brute force dex, 12, 14, and 16 would be the ones to go for. So what do we go for 16 first? So Lost Flowers was the patron type would be the subclass, yeah. Well, no, it's worth saying that anything that's narrative like that, as Kisa was saying, is probably going to be homebrew. And I don't know how much Baron can and can't say about that. Yeah. Okay, so Baron von Sheepington, we would like to guess dexterity 16.
Your dexterity is not 16.
Ah, come on!
I mean, if you want to brute force it, go for it. Just. It's one guess. Give 2 more.
Are we doing this? Are we just... Are we just like dexterity or bust?
I mean, finding out core stats tells you a lot about your character and fills in a bunch of stuff, so that's not a bad.
Yeah. Oh, so JP, we already guessed 13, thankfully. So, yeah, our next guesses are 12 and 14. I say... which one next? 12 or 14? 12 or 14? Help me out here. I don't know what I'm doing with my hands. I'm sorry. Alright, so Wraith, Moose, and Kiesel would like to guess 14. So, Baron von Sheepington the Third, is our dexterity 14? Of course you take a long, slow swig there. Fuck! It's got to be 12. It's got to be 12. Alright, we doing this? Why didn't we start low and work up? Okay, friends, the only one we've got left on dexterity is 12. Okay. Baron von Sheepington III of the House von Sheepington is our dexterity 12.
Yes.
Yes! Yes! Boosh! Alright.
Also, for the record, I did roll for your stats and then assigned them places.
There we go.
So congrats.
JP's like, told you. Alright, JP, I'll give you that one.
So,
Okay.
you got 5, well, you guessed 1, and then you hit 4 of your other end of session things, so you get an additional 500 XP. So I will mark down that you now have 5,650 XP.
Okie dokie. We don't have to do another round of leveling, do we? That's always a...
Nope. Not quite. I think it's 6,000 is the next one.
Okay.
So you're close, but not quite.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I don't think we've got anything else to do post-session.
Should be it. I'm just gonna quickly look up and see if I can figure out. Actually, it's probably quicker. Just Google it.
Okie dokie Lokies. So that means that we will be doing credits in just a second, and then we can go hang out with some lovely folks. See who's...
6.5k is next one.
Okay.
So you got a bit.
Way cool. Port Center's still doing the Worms tournament, which I had to sadly decline because oh no, I have to spend my Saturday rolling dice and hanging out with all these cool people. Right?
I know, it's the worst.
So
you're still level 4.
yes.
Or 5, whatever.
Right. So time to do thank yous. First off, as always, thank you to our illustrious DM Baron Sheep and the League of Shadow DMs. I fucking love doing this, and I'm real happy we get to share this as a thing. I love the thing about Memnol that it's not my story, it's our story. And I really like that. Even if one of you made a character called Duke the Duke Duke, but then one of you made a guinea pig calf, a spectral guinea pig hotel. You are legends. Thank you for everybody who threw bits in the ilk. They are sincerely, sincerely appreciated right now. In fact, to that end, I'd like to thank these people specifically. I always like having like the credits in this own little thing. So Baron von Sheepington, on top of running this game, you also threw bits in, dude. Like, thank you. I thank you to Pepsi Dash, Fearless Sun, Bacon Avenger, Compliment Cap, Some Numbers, Asadi Green Fire, Rhymes of Moose, Graphite Sparrow, the League of Spooky Ghost, Anonymous Cheerers. Like, all of you. Sincerely, thank you. It keeps us going, and it keeps me going. So, thank you. Your moderator today was Caffeine and Rhymes of Moose, but also, thank you to Carl Tarlicus and Lizzie T. Powell. Patrick Gain was our new follower, and hopefully we get to hang out with him again. And those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl, I'd like to say thank you to the Neighborhood Lucifer, Martin, AR, and Orzine. Like, sincerely thank you. I think all of you were just...
Gop a heart.
We're celebrating long sub sprees, and Pepsi Dash is being a terror. Thank you kindly. No, like, sincerely. Right. So... This is the thing Graphite started doing, which is just affect your credits. Like, at the end... I'm just getting us chained up for where we are heading next. God, I would love to not have to deal with the advert each time, but there we go. Okie dokie Lokis. So yeah, we are heading over to Port Center, which is doing a Worms the Director's Cut test tournament. So they've done a whole bunch of clever maneuvers to have the old OG version of Worms. Alright, add comp. Go get some sleep, friend. Right, let me get that raid all set up.
I should probably go find food.
You should go eat. The irony is, of course, I'm going to go find a grown-up beverage. I don't know, the idea of a shower beer sounds fucking great right now.
Actually, one of those things I've never actually done, because I was like, I just don't want to get water in my beer. Like, I don't want to end up drinking like watered down beer.
I always feel like by the time it actually gets to that phase, I do not care. Anyway, so friendos, the person I'm passing you on to is Ben, a fellow ginger Brit expat. And I hope you have an absolutely lovely rest of your day. I'll blep you all on Discord. What else? Oh, please be following Baron Sheep on Twitch. And have a feckin' lovely rest of your day. Yeah. Why am I so shy at ending shows? Why is this the thing?
Because you don't want to say goodbye.
You're right. You're right. Okay. Oh yeah, Dorcha's just saying thank you to you, Baron. Yeah, have a lovely, lovely rest of. Oh yeah, Ian's running game night over on the Discord, so if you want to play some video games with some friendos, we have a bunch of people going over there. I may join you later. I don't know what the rest of my evening's looking like. Okay. So yeah, from me and Baron, have a fecking grand weekend. As Wraith says, don't think of it as goodbye. Think of it more as get fecked, nerds.